I found this new feature here. Let's try this countdown feature. And welcome to the 2020 Autumn Wind Draft. Is it 2020 or do we call it 2019? 2019, right? Because of the card set?
2020 Autumn Wind.
Please
Oh, 2020. You're right. It is 2020. So welcome to the 2020 Autumn Wind Draft. The Jets have the #1 pick today. So we're just going to chit chat, talk about draft picks. We won't roast you guys too hard unless it's really. What was that? What was the worst Autumn Wind pick day one that you remember, round one?
Ever?
Yeah.
I would.
Well, maybe not.
Who was
Wasn't
Mike Dobbs' backup in Houston?
Yes, that's what I was just trying to think. It was like Trevor, Case Keenum or Trevor Simeon or one of those guys.
It was worse. It was someone that never played again or something like that. It was just
he never started. So, but he was like a 3rd round pick in the draft or something like that, or 5th round pick in the NFL draft, and he wound up going like in the 1st round, middle of the 1st round.
Early. He was really early. I mean, it was definitely top 12.
I have to research that.
Sage Rosenfels, maybe.
That's it. Sage Rosenfels. That'll go down in infamy. Let's get Tim in here. What's up, Tim?
Morning, guys.
So we are live to chit chat about the draft. Now, I do want to set some ground rules. Let's not like name drop a guy who hasn't been picked. Like, oh my God, I can't believe so and so is still on the board. We don't want that going on because then somebody will be watching the draft saying, "Hey, he would have fell to me if you guys didn't mention him in the draft room." But this is more for reactions after the picks are made.
Well, what if we want to spread some disinformation?
Okay, then do whatever you want. I really don't care. The rules are there, ain't no rules. So we were just talking about the Sage Rosenfels pick, Tim, as maybe the worst Autumn Wind 1st round pick ever. So
yeah, I might have some competitors in round 2.
What do you remember? How about your worst personal pick? I mean, it doesn't have to be round 1.
Paxton Lynch, of course, doesn't look really good. Had he even been picked in round 8, but especially at the end of round 2. But when you're fishing for a quarterback, it's not cheap, and that's where I was with Brady aging. And that's why I bit the bullet last year. Just decided to go big and go after a real quarterback. Is like I could keep spending a 2nd or 3rd rounder for the next 5 years and maybe not hit on one.
Yeah, I think I picked one year. I was going back and forth between a safety and a cornerback, and I think it was maybe Patrick Robinson before. This is way before he had that one good year of a 6 as a slot corner, but he was just like zeros. I picked him in the late 1st round. Never really got maybe a 4 once or twice, and then zeros the rest of the time. I was like, man. And I look at the guys that went after him. I'm like, I could have made a much better pick. So. Yeah,
I come up at pick 5 here, so. I'm pretty excited to see what happens before. I'm hoping 2 quarterbacks go in the top 4, but maybe just one. We'll see.
Yeah, we got the Jets go Bosa instead of going with a quarterback.
Wow.
That's kind of. I think people had talked about that, thinking that was going to be the pick. Am I wrong about that? I don't know where I heard that.
That's what everyone was predicting in the write-ups, and he's
got Aaron Rodgers. Right.
He's my number 1 player on the board. I think for most people, he probably is. Josh Jacobs.
Wow. That's a little bit surprising, but I get it.
Yeah.
Is he still have Andy Dalton? Who's Oklahoma's quarterback? Yeah, Andy Dalton. And Lamar Jackson. Duh. He definitely doesn't. He doesn't need a quarterback. Where did he snag Lamar Jackson last year?
It's like the middle of the round, I think.
Yeah.
That was a really good pick because I think at the time people would have said, "Oh, he may not, he may have his issues with the card." You know what I mean? But he certainly.
I didn't think he was gonna be anything like he is.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is trying to stop him now. That's going to be the issue. Well, it's good for if you're drafting 3, 4, 5. Maybe a quarterback falls to you that you didn't expect.
I think this is actually so far. Those are the 2 picks that they had mocked. Who does the mock? The first one.
Well, Mark Lepage, and then they followed it up. I think Ed and Paul Power, maybe, or somebody.
Yeah.
But I think that they had it that way with Jacobs and Bosa going.
This is the first pick. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen. There we go, quarterback.
Yeah, but this is probably one of the few drafts where Kyler Murray doesn't go 1.1, because usually if you're drafting first overall, you don't have a quarterback.
Well, I know what position I'll be drafting.
You also don't need a quarterback. You've got a good old Dak Prescott.
Yep, I'm going to be drafting a defensive end. I'm happy.
You should.
Paul's got to be ecstatic that he got McCoy there or Murray there. So who are you going after?
Well, with another draft coming next Saturday, I'll just say it'll be a defensive end. Ooh.
There goes Mr. Jones.
I think a lot of people have me pegged for A.J. Brown, and be honest, he's very close on my list right here, but I also need a lot of defensive players, and so I'm going Quentin Williams.
Nice. He slipped a little bit in the S28, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pull that up.
Yeah, he went 16 in S28, but it's not a counting league either.
I really think in Samifa he'll drop in the teens very likely.
Yeah, it's just funny how different drafts will work. There goes Log. There goes the last.
I'm looking at him as being a guy I think is going to be a 5 or a 6 pretty often, and of course being in a counting league where we count for defense, that'll help. But also think he's got some pass rush that probably he'll come down the road, and I'm really hoping he kicks inside. But I mean, he's obviously the best player on my defense, right away. So. Like I say, just kind of decided early if one of the top 3 defensive ends was on the board, that's who I was going to go for with this particular team. So
I like it.
I think the Desperados have to be just thrilled to get Locke at 6 because you needed a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Oh, Minshew. Well, if you need a quarterback and he's not going to make it to your round 2 pick,
He's not a terrible pick. I mean, he really isn't.
he's going to have a lot of opportunities to throw from behind. That team's going to be bad.
Well, that's one of the things I don't like about Minshew is that he's on Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
God.
need to be protected.
Yeah.
I think their offensive line's better than most bad teams, though.
Based on their last week or two of off-season moves, I'm thinking Jacksonville may be in the Dak Prescott sweepstakes next year as well. There's only a few teams that would probably be able to, throw things together and go after and pay somebody like that, and they might be one trying to get into the market.
That would be interesting, but I mean, it's not going to be next year, right? The Cowboys can franchise tag him another year, right?
It's going to be so tough with the cap going down, though. I don't know if they'll be able to go that route. And getting him to, agree to go cheap on a first year of a long-term contract. They've already had him 4 years for the cheap, so I'm not sure Dak wants to be the guy, taking the pay cut while Elliott and, offensive linemen are getting maxed out.
Yeah.
Four quarterbacks in the top 7 picks.
I didn't anticipate this. I've got pick 10, so literally everybody that I want is still there.
Yeah, you don't need to move up. That's for sure, Michael. Told you. Remember, I told you, like, don't pay to move up. Stay where you're at.
Oh, I know, but the problem is, it's like there's like literally 3 people here that I'd like to have, and I'm having a hard time differentiating between them.
I hear you.
Oh, problem to have.
Well, and you probably, if we're not supposed to discuss this, whatever. But I mean, there's.
I don't think it. It's just the 4 of us. If you guys want to talk about stuff, that's fine.
It's Josh Allen, it's DK Metcalf, and it's Miles Sanders.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with it.
It's a little different. I mean, it's not like you're comparing guys at the same position.
I mean, there's literally all 3 going to be there. Man, I think Allen is the surest thing, and I'd love to have him opposite Bosa. That'd be pretty sweet to have them bookending that line.
Yeah, that's why I had him third. I had him third on my list for this team because I love everything about Josh Allen's future, and he could become a 6 as early as next year.
Yeah. But Peterson's gone now, so there's no. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's going to get picked up by somebody, but I'm really going to be deficient in running back. And I really like Metcalf, but there were like 9 wide receivers drafted in the first 2 rounds this year, so I'm sure there's going to be somebody there. Oh, yeah. Good. Dead serious. That all 3 of those guys are there. I had no clue that all 3 of them would be here.
Try to trade down. See if you can get somebody to move up.
I really like Josh Allen. I don't think he's going to go down any further. I had no idea this was going to happen. No clue. I thought it'd be between Sanders or Metcalf. Oh, boy. Man, what the heck? There you go.
Nice.
Now I have nothing to do for 3 rounds.
Well, no receivers yet in the top 10. That was off on the draft.
Yeah. I don't think historically Autumn Wind hasn't really – you haven't seen a lot of receivers and halfbacks go super high as they do in other leagues.
Especially
I think
the drafting in that area aren't big fans of them.
Right.
If you knew you were going to get like 3 more of these A.J. Brown cards, man, he would go really high. But, there's not many guys have ever had a card like that in their whole career. So,
correct. Oh, Michael Reeves, you're typing in the draft room. Put your reaction in the general, remember? Draft rooms for pick only. No, that's a really good pick.
Well, I'm happy that he fell. I just think the idea of having pass rush on your
There goes
ends,
there goes the other guy that you were talking about.
DK.
No, Miles Sanders just went. So,
Did he really? Yeah.
but I think that with the halfbacks, even though you don't have one, sometimes you can get those guys that slip down.
For not having
You
a
know.
great card, he's been going pretty early. I think a lot of people like him.
Yeah, a lot of fantasy hype about Miles Sanders getting
Mhm.
2,000 yards total and a bunch of touchdowns. So,
Yeah, I got him in S28. So we're just going to spread the wealth, basically.
yeah, give you more rooting interest.
Yeah.
We had discussed with Tom on one of his shows whether he would even go in the first round, because I thought he probably would, but Tom didn't like his card all that much.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that bad.
I mean, there's so many bad halfback cards in this set. So,
Well, yeah,
I mean, underwhelming halfback cards. They're not bad, but they're just not what you expect.
he's going to be a weapon receiving, though.
No question.
One of the problems I think with a lot of guys this year is like 10th best guy is not appreciably better than the 25th best guy. And you've got some guys that are even like Mostert, 5.6. You just expect, short games, 16 or 18 short games off tackle wrong and run wrong, but it's just not that kind of a card.
Yeah, A.G. Brown at 12 seems like a pretty good deal.
Mm.
And then we got Dave Malt selecting a defensive player. Who knew? he's like the best drafter for finding defenses, 5s and 6s.
It's the first expansion track. Wow. Haven't seen that guy in any mocks.
Yeah, that a lot of hype about Trayvon Mullen in Oakland.
Cat falls all the way to 15. Isn't that something else?
Mm.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna get past a fellow Seahawks fan. There's no way Jeff was gonna let DK slip past him.
There's another Seahawks fan?
There's a few of us, but yeah, Jeff's I think I was in Frozen Tundra with him. He had Richard Sherman. He'd always pick Bobby Wagner, Richard Sherman. He had he had Russell Wilson, so I had to after he left the league, I had to trade for Russell, so just to get him on my team.
Well, this draft is flying. These picks are supposed to be 5 minutes each. Every one of these picks have taken just about a minute.
Yeah, we're really moving.
Mm-hmm.
Terry McScorin is the last premium wide receiver there that they had mocked in those
Yes.
3 in the top 10.
A hush falls over the crowd as we wait for the great Tom Cook.
Yeah, Nathan's got some cool backlighting coming down from the window there.
Kind of angelic, actually.
Oh.
It is.
It is.
His picks are blessed. I like it.
Tim, do you have picks in every round?
Yes, I have 1 pick in the 3rd round, 2 picks in the 1st, 2nd, and 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th.
Wow, gosh, we'll be busy today. Nathan?
What's that?
Sorry, what was that?
How many picks do you have?
Not many. I've got
How
my
many picks
first.
do you have?
I've got my first with 26, and then I've got like a 4th and a couple 5ths.
I got a 1 and a 4. So
Who do you pick in round 1, Nathan?
When? At 26.
Oh, right before Dennis.
Any Seahawk left?
Yeah, it's funny. Let me see, am I muted? No, Joe just congratulated me for getting DK Metcalf. He's like, well done. I can't believe he fell to you. I'm like, that's Jeff Smith. That's Seahawk 32 is Jeff Smith, not me. So
You trying to trade with Tom right now?
I don't. I invited him to the room. He did say here for the roll call, but I don't know. I haven't heard from him.
I texted him this morning because you remember he said he thought about doing this today, and he said, long story, I got off to a late start. I'm still doing draft prep, so maybe he'll come in and join later. But
Yeah. There's his selection, Devin White. Fifth overall pick in the 2019 NFL Draft.
that's a quintessential Tom Cook pick for value.
For sure. So Nathan's the next one of us to pick, right?
Possibly.
Yeah, I see you up next. But somebody had mentioned the other day that there's not a lot of trades this year. I was like, yeah, because I'm not trading. I've made one trade so far.
That's like me and Samith. I think I only made 1 trade. Oh no, I ended up trading a 4 linebacker for a 5th rounder or something.
Yeah, this team is like it's competitive, but it's not going to be like, it's not like the kind of team where
You need to
I can
know.
go. I can go all out. Yeah, like I don't feel really confident that this is necessarily a championship team. It's just a borderline playoff club, and I don't have a lot of draft capital to move. I'm actually trying to keep my picks, even though I offered Tim a pick next year for DeCastro, but I really am going to try to keep my picks next year for once. Just I need to get some youth on the team.
Well, what pick did you offer him?
I only a third rounder. So he already Tim, you said you already turned down a second round pick for DeCastro,
Yeah,
right?
I had an offer for a second next year for DeCastro, and I thought about it pretty hard. It was before I had actually traded my second round pick, but that's kind of what I'd look for if it was next year.
Right.
The early part of the third round this year, and the right guy was there, I might do it.
And I have a pick in the early third round, but again, I need to get some youth.
I like the Dexter Lawrence pick there.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
He's got good potential.
Well, there goes Singletary. I got to pay attention to keep my list up to date. Singletary Lawrence. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 picks till I'm on the clock.
Boy, the expansion draft, those 3 teams had a lot of good talent to pick from. I would imagine 2 of those clubs have a good chance of making the playoffs.
Being able to take Carson Wentz, I mean, what a real nice franchise starter.
Yeah. I mean, my first Dennis and helped me a lot on that first draft, and just knew there wasn't a lot of talent there. So I basically just went for draft picks and younger players, and I had Castle as a quarterback for a year, Bryce Petty for a couple of years too on top of that. So at least the light's at the end of the tunnel, hopefully this year.
You've gone from the outhouse to the penthouse with Castle to Mahomes.
Yeah.
My start in Autumn Wind was Charlie Fry, and in Tamifa was Tui Asasopo.
Oh dear.
Oh, nice.
We began drafting and trading for quarterbacks immediately with both of them. That was when it's really tempting to want to move up and trade that second or third round pick next year. Everybody's wanting to move down a little bit. It's very tempting, isn't it?
I was surprised that Thornhill went over Savage, unless somebody really needed that back end run defense, or maybe they just like him better. Who knows? But he's coming off an injury. I'd seen Savage going top 10 or a few projections.
Yeah, they're both good players.
Oh, right. It's just
yeah, typically.
I mean,
Usually it's the other way around.
Tim, I was telling Dennis that we don't have preseason games to go by this year, and
which is good. sometimes those preseason games can fool you. I traded up for Colt McCoy in one league because I saw an amazing preseason performance against the Packers for the Browns.
I have to admit I made a wrong judgment on that as well. You asked me my opinion on it, and I was like, he's looks like he's worth a late first, probably to me too. And obviously I was wrong. You're right, Michael. There's definitely some normal things we'd be watching that are missing this year. It'd been great to watch, Landry and Haskins and all these, especially second-year quarterbacks throw in, exhibition games, and watch your young, quarterbacks that, we're all watching a lot of cornerbacks that'll probably go in the 20 to 50 range. Really be fun to watch them play a few snaps right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm in a couple of other leagues before this, S28 and SFFDL, and the SFFDL draft took place first. And Dennis was right. He pointed out that a coach who likes the Lions basically took him early, but TJ Hawkinson, I picked him in the second round of the SFFDL draft, somewhere around 40 or 38 or something like that. Wow. And I had just read one of their beat writers said that he's beating everybody, nobody can guard him, and it's like, oh, okay, so I guess he's turned the corner, and I'm basing that based on only one thing, what some goofy beat writer for the Detroit Free Press has to say. There's no evidence of it otherwise. You're basically just taking whatever beat writers have to say. There's even Pro Football Focus can't even share any numbers in preseason about how players are doing good. It's just a crapshoot this year.
I thought the same thing. I caught a kind of a recap of somebody's training camp, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, I don't even know this writer. How much am I going to move up? Like Dan Arnold, for instance, tight end of the Cardinals. How much are you going to move him up just based on a couple of guys saying, yeah, he's looked good in a couple scrimmages?
Right.
I don't know what that means. So yeah, it's really hard to judge on some of those things. And a weird thing I was thinking, and this may help the current draft class we're drafting keep a few more snaps this year, because they're not getting beat out by somebody who beat them in a practice game. They've got two training camps instead of one against some of the rookies. They might get a little bit longer look than they would have otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I was wondering where Isaiah Wynn would go.
I got him second round S28. That would have been pick 8, 38, 44. That's going to be a bit of a rebuild. No Andrew Luck. Team's old as the hills.
Which team? That's your S28 team.
And I went in for Josh Allen, quarterback, not defensive end on that one, just to have fun. That's just a fun league.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't think the price was too high.
And you can compete in 28-team leagues with a weaker team. Well, in Autumn Wind, you can put together a borderline playoff team or a 500 club with talent that you look at and you say, oh, that would be like a 4-12 team in a 24-team league.
Yeah, no question.
I'm betting that Gary's taking either Savage or McCoy here.
He likes those fives, one at center, one at.
Well, they're both real good. Real safe, and he's got real moves there, both spots.
Ooh.
Well, he takes care of the return stuff too, and he could be a real good receiver.
Yeah, you get a lot of speed there. One fell swoop, you take care of 3 spots. That's someone
really-
I liked a lot. Jeffrey Simmons. That's a nice pick.
Me too, Janice. I sure do.
It's one of those guys I was hoping would get drafted before I came up again at 30 after I had already drafted a defensive lineman because I really like him too. And I knew he'd be really tempting if he was still sitting there.
There goes Haskins. I was wondering if he would go in the first round.
That's not a bad pick either. I don't like him in the top 10, but that's not a bad pick where he's going.
It's good for me. I mean, that's the thing is that it shows you that, like you did with Dak and Michael trading up a little bit to get Mahomes. Nathan, you paid a price in different leagues for premium quarterbacks. It's really hard to overpay for a franchise quarterback because then you can stop chasing guys like Dwayne Haskins at the end of the first round or the beginning of the second round.
A lot cheaper to trade for one than it is to try to figure it out.
Yeah, you keep spending draft capital over and over again.
Nathan had sold me on that. I thought about it after he mentioned it recently, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, you're exactly right. It's way cheaper to trade for a quarterback than to draft and develop one.
I am thrilled with this player that I'm drafting. I did not expect this many good options.
There's still a lot of good people.
Sure is.
I think I know who you're picking, and I
I do
agree.
too. I knew that's what I was going to say. Exactly right.
Me too.
I thought it could happen, but I wasn't sure at 26. I thought I might end up actually with a receiver of some sort. But McCole Hardman probably would have been one I would have considered if all the other guys on my list were off. Just because of the return stuff. That's been such a pain in the butt for me in this league. You have those wins every year. And Hardman's got that kind of card I like for a good team.
Oh, we got breaking news here. It appears we have a trade. We got the upper left-hand square. There you go.
It's a good trade, especially with the number of players still available.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I need to get. Oh, am you still? Yeah, no, I need to get some. Like I said, some youth.
I've got 2 picks right around that same area of the 4th round, and I see some real nice. I don't mention the position, but there's a couple of positions that ought to have starters sitting there.
Yeah, I should still be able to get one of the guys that I want. It's maybe not going to be my first choice, but I need. I had no 4th round picks, and now I've got picks in 1, 3, 4, and 5. I still am trying to get a 6th round pick. So if I can move back again in the 2nd round pick and pick up a 6th round pick, that'd be cool. Keep an eye open if you guys want to move up to 2-5.
What do you need a 6th round pick for?
I've got 2.
I don't have a 6th round pick. I just want to have a pick in as many rounds as I can. Trying to get some young players in. That's all.
I've got 2 in the 6th. I've got my own somewhere around like maybe 620.
I feel like on day 2, I'm just literally trying to get guys that will be on the roster the following year so I can not have to worry about it.
Yeah, I picked up Will Disley in the 6th round last year, so I'm stoked. You'd have to get one of those picks in the top 10 picks of the 6th round to really be sure of getting somebody who's probably going to be on your roster the next year.
I will say I got Melvin Ingram as either the 5th or the 6th round. My expansion team. Well, he had come off an injury, and no, I was still surprised. I didn't have any picks, because in the expansion draft, Paul Power was the one in there with me. He just kept taking draft picks, and so I just kept taking players because I thought the players were better than the draft picks, and I didn't end up with almost any picks until the 5th. So I was sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting, and managed to get him at least.
Not that it's a brag, but I've been pretty lucky actually with that. What is it? The supplemental draft that we have at the very end.
Yeah. Who'd you get there? Who'd you get there?
Chandran Sullivan. Who looks like
Nice.
he's going to be the nickel cornerback for Green Bay this year.
Yeah, he was like one of those breakout young players in the Pro Football Football Outsiders book. So I was like, oh, that's cool. Nice job there. I remember seeing that.
Williams 2 years ago, and then 3 years ago, a guy named Marky Christian who got a 4, and I'm just seeing if anybody needs a spare defensive back. So the last 3 years, I've gotten somebody that's actually been rated the last 3 years, or usable at least.
Another trade.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of draft capital for Chandler Jones.
Sure is.
So what's up, Coach? You say hi.
Hey.
That's my youngest. My youngest is almost as tall as me. That's crazy. I hope he knows he's a 0-6-12-12, and not just a 6-12-12 like the old days.
Good old days.
Butch is a Packer fan, right?
Yeah, so you know who's going. You know who's going here.
I would think so, especially for value.
If he slips anymore, I'll be shocked.
There's at least one other really, really good player too.
Yeah, but you rarely see a 5 get out of the first round. I mean, that would be a shock if he does.
Especially where there aren't very many in the draft.
Yeah.
There will be one though this year who will, right? That opposite New York Jets defensive end. Isn't there a second defensive end who's a 5?
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about those 5 defensive ends with low pass rush. Yeah, some of those will slip.
Talking about second players, safety corners don't make it out of the first. That's 5 usually.
Is Okiki still available? The Colts?
No, he's gone.
Number 9.
Okay. So Jalen Ferguson is a 5. He's still there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And he's a 5. Does he have a good run rating too?
5'4".
Is he? Okay, good number.
All right.
How big he doggone? That's surprising.
Who do you take? Oh, okay.
Took old Farrell, which Tom picked for us in S28. The more the more I read about him, the more excited I am about the pick. He could be like like the guy that Tim picked, but a couple years later in his development.
I like Farrell too. I've got him. I can't mention where, but I've got him pretty high on my list, and this is a great class for defensive linemen.
Yes.
Who's up next in this chat? Whoops.
I pick at 30.
Oh, okay. That's gotta be you then.
And then after that, I pick at 2-5.
Look at your guys' rosters. See if I can guess. Oh. Yeah.
Dave Szymanski.
He usually gets his money's worth on his time clock.
Yeah, he says he told me he wasn't really prepared this year, so he's probably doing some last minute prep right now.
Tennis. So Samifa draft next Saturday. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
All 10 rounds. Is it 10 rounds? I've never been in a Samifa draft before.
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, 10 rounds. It probably is going to take about the same time as this draft is today. It goes pretty quick in Somifa.
No
First
roll.
round not as long for the time clock either, but you just have extra minutes when you go over. So Dennis will probably be the first one to run out of his extra minutes.
I like to get them out of the way. I don't want to.
Usually, you're trying to trade. It's not because you're not sitting there with guys you like.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, anyway.
Yeah, I'm usually negotiating, trying to move down or move up or whatever, move out, grab players, that kind of stuff.
So how'd this trade happen today with Cleveland?
I sent about 8 different coaches offers, including Tim, of guys that were picking after 28 or 27 and down to like about 2-8 or so. So I had offered them, I used the draft chart and I always give myself a little bit less, but I try to get like something that was close.
Yeah,
so I can pick
up
an extra
a lot of players in that range, and so you're willing just to take to get something a little bit extra for your team for anyone that wants to move up.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's a heck of a lot more efficient than just saying, "Oh, I'll trade back," like the day of,
It's hard. It's hard to do it at the last minute because then you have to find something that makes sense for both teams.
Well, and someone has to reach out to you, and then you guys have to, talk.
Right.
There he goes.
That's a great. Man, what value at 29? That's so great for him.
Yeah, really nice.
Big Tim. Dennis, are your kids going to school or are they staying home? Online learning.
Yeah, they're in school. Oh, did you get Hawkinson? Nice. Yeah, they're doing online. They're not physically traveling.
Okay.
So we got like usually 3 at once on the online schooling and me working from home. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, imagine. Any time frame for coming back?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I'm where Ohio and Kentucky touch, and our schools are all pretty much in. They've been playing football and everything. So.
That's crazy. Well, hopefully it doesn't blow up on them.
Yeah.
If you do the masks and the social distancing, I think it can be successful.
If it weren't for Myrtle Beach, we wouldn't have near the problem that we do here. We hardly had any cases like at all for March, April, and May. But then when vacation started, that's when they brought it back. We've had some nursing home problems. I work at a hospital here locally that has been seeing an uptick in cases. So it's just people took it seriously for about 3 months and then stopped taking it seriously, and we're starting to see the result.
Yeah.
That's a great pick, Tim, or Tim's Couch, I guess. Tim Couch, yeah.
I almost took him over Donovan McNair 1 year.
Tim's off camera high-fiving his family. Nathan, I don't know if you know this, but when I was invited to this Autumn Wind League a few years back, and we had that first draft, I was in several leagues, and I got tangled up with the time that this draft was supposed to take place. And I forgot it was 11 o'clock Eastern time. I thought it was 11 Pacific time. So I drove to Ohio University where I have season tickets to see the Bobcats play, and pulled up, and I saw like tons of texts and emails from Dennis, like, what the heck are you, man? We're already drafting. He had to draft for me like the first 2 rounds. I had to go to like some sort of cafe that had Wi-Fi so that I could pick 3, 4, and 5.
I think I recall that.
Dennis probably kept me in the league. I think they were wanting to kick me out. I may have been the shortest stint yet, but I'm doing.
That is a factual occurrence. They did not like that. You didn't treat the draft with the reverence that it should have been treated with. But I'm glad that I was able to talk him into it, because you've definitely been an asset to the league.
Yeah, I think that you are serious about it.
You know what? I bounce back and win Sportsman of the Year. All right. So
yeah, there you go.
Because they've run out of coaches to give it to.
No, he takes it seriously. They're not just throwing it out willy-nilly.
This is my favorite league. For whatever reason, this is the one that I love more than any other. I don't know why it is. I think it's very professionally done. The website's awesome. I don't know. People seem to take it pretty seriously. That's why I was surprised to see 3 new expansion franchises. I mean, it was a couple years that we had anybody new coming into the league. So, but they sure look like they're into it. That one guy is about a whiz with Photoshop. He's taking it pretty seriously. His posts have been really fun to watch, and I just like.
There are aspects of every league I like. For this one, I like a lot of the guys that I used to play face to face with a long time ago are in it, and I like the 30 team means you can actually find mismatches on against defenses and take advantage of them. That's a lot of fun, I think.
I think it's hard to build super teams in a 30-team league too. At least it seems that way.
Well, that's why you're able to get those mismatches. Is no one, there aren't teams. Every team doesn't have 2-5 or better at corner and 2-5 or better linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
You may not want to trade that, Dennis.
Yeah, there are some good guys there.
I'm starting to feel like the drop off is coming.
Let me look at my premium guys that I wanted to get. 1, 2. Three, 4. Still got 5 guys that I like a lot. But the question is how far I move down. Can't go too far. They might just all dry up quick.
You have quite a few positions you can draft at right now, Dennis.
Okay. I do. Yes. I'm like I said, I'm pretty flexible on what this team is going to be like. Good against the run, average against the pass. I have pretty much all my starters, although I'm starting like 2-0-4 guys at guard and a 4-3 at offensive tackle. But there's not really much you can improve at that in the draft anyway. Oh, there goes one of my guys.
Could have taken a 5, either linebacker or safety, and gotten to a good defense. But
No, even if I would have gotten a 5, I'm like at the very low end.
curious to see who Paul takes here. One minute left.
I'm still negotiating. I have a feeling Tom's going to pick McCoy with the traded pick.
Yeah. His center's retiring. It's a great value. So
Yeah. And I you know, I have Ben Jones. I thought about just keeping it, taking McCoy, but it's really a cheap price for him to move up. I still have some guys I want that'll last.
Is he going to continue to play center, or are they moving him?
Say it again.
to guard? McCoy? Because I thought there was talk about moving him to guard.
They're moving him? I don't think so.
I hadn't heard that, but I don't know. Who do they have that would play center?
I'm looking at it right now. I thought they drafted a guy who was going to play center, and there was talk about moving him to guard. But actually, wait a minute. Now, didn't they let somebody go, like Wolford or something like that, at the beginning of the year? They cut him. There was anyway. I read earlier.
They drafted a guard.
Ruiz was a center, but
I show him at guard on the depth chart.
that's what I'm looking at right now. So I guess that never came to be.
Yeah, if I get one of the 3 guys that are left, I'll be happy. And I'm only moving down 5 picks or 6 picks. 1, 2, and I'm already taking out McCoy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so six players. I got a 50-50 chance of being happy.
People pick more for position or need when you get more into this part of the draft as well versus the first round. So
I feel bad. I'm giving Larry more work, but now I filled my 4 defensive tackle need that I needed, even though it's just for the year.
wondering about McCoy. Thought for sure he'd go in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have just taken him and traded Ben Jones. That would have been a move too.
That's a pretty sweet deal there. That spot to get that guy. And it's a perfect.
Yeah, like I said,
for Tom.
It's a cheap price too to pay, really. So these next couple picks, now I'm sweating it out. There's one of them. Darn it.
I think I don't like Deebo Samuel as much as a lot of people do.
He's got speed, and I think that he'll be, it seems like he's going to be a focus of their offense. And there's number 2.
Well, he looks like a good player. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because he's a
All right, now the odds are not looking good for me. 1, 2, 3. Well, I could always just trade for Cooper Kupp if I don't get the guy I want. What do you guys think about Cooper Kupp?
I like it.
I'd like the deal for him, but I just think the price is going to be too high. What he's going to ask, it'll take a 2 and.
No, I think he said he's trading for a pick around here. So I just don't like it. I don't like the kind of possibility that he'll turn into Julian Edelman with those weak, deep cards. This year he's got the, maxed out flat and short, but the deep is like Golden Tate-ish or Edelman.
Yeah, I've already got Kendrick Bourne, so I'm not really looking at wide receiver.
Well, the Rams offense wasn't throwing downfield as much last year.
Yeah.
That didn't help. I think they want to get back to it probably, and they don't have Cooks anymore. So
like you guys said too, there's a lot of receivers in this draft and next year's draft. It's just all right. I'm gonna get my guy. Probably not what a lot of other people would take, especially in this league, but I'll take him.
I don't know why you say that. I feel like he's like, I thought that's who you're going to take until you started saying that. I feel like that's a perfect type of guy for people to take in this league.
No, I just mean because, you have a limit on the number of halfbacks you can have.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like you see, like remember one of the years I won the league, Spencer Ware like lasted to like the 3rd round, even though he had like that kind of impactful card.
In this league, Spencer Ware did?
Yeah, like 3.4 in the year I think I went undefeated.
That doesn't sound right. I thought he went like late first.
I swear to God, I thought he was going to go in the first 2, and I got him. I got some other halfback in the first, and then I got him in the 3rd. I was like, wow, that's nuts.
Huh.
But Mostert really helps me this year. I mean, I have Lindsey too. Both of them are really going to be really good, but Mostert's more of an impactful card, and I think that he'll be kind of like one of those Gus Edwards guys where you take him just for that year, but he seems, hopefully he'll have good cards for a couple more years after that.
Well, I traded to get him in S28, and it's one of those things where his card is really good. He
Right.
doesn't have a lot of carries yet, even though he's older. And how long do running backs even really give you premium type cards for? If you can get 3 years out of a guy that are premium top like 5 to 10 cards,
Yeah.
that's better than you're going to get even out of guys like Ezekiel Elliott. You'll never have you probably will never have 3 top 10 cards out of Ezekiel Elliott.
Well, I don't like Singletary. I don't think he's going to have a good card in 2025, but he's got a good card this year. He might have a good card in one of the next 2 years or both. And if he gives you 2 to 3 really good cards, that's a pretty good value.
Yeah, I think, like I said, he's a little older, not the super young guys that a lot of people chase. So
Well, he catches the ball, and they're going to use him a lot. So
yeah,
those are both
yeah.
big deals, especially in this league, I think.
I think it's good value at that point, don't you? Like
Oh, yeah.
late middle second.
I traded a future first and S28 to get him. So I felt that it was worthwhile. I figured that he was worth a late first.
Yeah, I think so too.
Especially, you've got Russell Wilson, so
Yeah, gotta take advantage of the times you can make hay.
if you have a good quarterback, you're pretty much always going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm in a 30-team
Your
league.
team is just a total train wreck. Well, it worked out pretty good for you. Then you had a couple pieces out of moving back. Got a guy you might have taken it up in that other spot anyway.
Yeah, I'm happy about it.
I think San Francisco, kind of like the Ravens, gets a little bit of a boost of being a run-based offense that plays from ahead a lot in the fourth quarter. I think Tevin Coleman got more of that effect this year than Mostert did, but it gives me hope that Mostert could have a really good card next year.
All right, so let me get. But he literally was the last player I had marked in black as a first round pick. Mm-hmm. So I'm really happy to get him. I almost traded.
Crazy.
Yeah, I almost traded in a bit too.
No, there's teams that have that crazy running back that's a threat pretty much every single play. I mean, at the very element of this game, it's about guess right or guess wrong, and you're going to keep teams off balance having one of the best running back cards in the set. And to get him there in the second round, that's a steal.
Yeah.
And they're right. You don't know how long you're going to have a player like that. I mean, he's going to be the lead running back to the Niners this year, but if you can squeeze 1 year out of a player like that, I think that's a great pick.
Thanks. Last year, one of the things I found in the playoffs is I was running out of carries. People would just let my, the other guys I had just weren't great after Lindsey. So I think that's another thing too that I feel better about.
I mean, how many backs do you have now besides Lindsey and Mostert?
Well, that's it really. The other guy I have is Chris Thompson, who's can catch a little bit out of the backfield.
Is his card that good this year? Because I know he's been like a staple on a lot of different teams that you've had.
No, he's not. He doesn't have a great card.
Who are you talking about?
Chris Thompson. Yeah, he's just a pass catcher. He only had 37 carries. You get hit with that rule, that messes things up.
Can either of your two guys catch the ball out of the backfield?
Mostert's great.
He's a deep guard.
Lindsey usually can, but this year for whatever reason, he had one of those. He had a bad year catching the ball, so he's only got flat passes, and they're not very good. So
one of my big decisions in S28 is both Singletary and Mostert can go deep.
Oh, nice!
Pretty happy with that.
Hell yeah! Who's next in our fearsome foursome that's going to be selecting?
Definitely not me.
Where's your next pick, Nathan? Are you
4th round.
4th round? Okay. Same with you, Michael?
You have my 3rd, so do something good with it. And I traded 2 for Pryor, the safety from Buffalo. So I'm waiting all the way till 100.
Got it. Tim, when's your next pick?
57 and then 60. So I've got a couple coming up.
Nice.
I was kind of hoping Christian Wilkins would slip a little further. I like him.
Yeah, he looks good. Well, there goes the other halfback that people talked about. David Montgomery's off the board now. Something I don't like about him. I'm not sure what.
His card.
That's probably what it is. That is actually very close to home.
Now we're down to no running back with 108 carries, or that's the most, Benny Snell. So you'll see some desperation coming soon.
I can't believe Noah Fant almost lasted to my original pick, though. That was a great job, Nathan.
So would you have taken him then if I didn't?
Yeah, I would not have traded back. I would have taken him. I even thought about staying put in and taking Hawkinson. And Tim, you got Hawkinson, right?
I did. I thought about trading up to 21 when it was on the board because I wanted
Yeah, he
Fant.
did.
I really like Noah Fant a lot, but I like Hutchinson also, not in the same, quite in the same level, but I still felt like both are first round guys. And with Hutchinson there, I was just like, there's other things I like that were on the board, but it was a big need, and so I didn't have any trouble taking it.
Nice.
Yeah, there were enough good players that I wasn't going to trade up, but especially because I'm so short on picks. But I wasn't going to pass on him at that spot. I have a need there, and I like him. The position I really like to have strength at.
Yeah,
pick.
yeah. That's the other thing too, is that when you have those premium tight ends, it really gives you an advantage over the competitors because there's only a handful of them in the league. You know, you got a guy like Gronk or Noah Fant, just the impactful, Kelsey, Ertz, who's the other guy? Kittle and Kelsey are really the guys you're like, man, if you have them out there, the other guy's not going to have anywhere near that type of, player on the other side. So it makes you feel good.
It's one of those things for matchups too that you can prevent a lot of things the defense wants to do. Blitzing their linebackers that are covering and double teaming receivers that are covering your tight ends. Having more than two guys that can go deep, having three or four, is really nice.
Right.
And like
Definitely.
a team like mine right now, before the draft, I had C.J. Uzomah as my number one tight end. If you have a guy like that, that's dragging down your whole passing game because that's like a free double team. I don't even care if he's going against a zero. You just ignore guys like that for the most part.
Yep.
Right.
You put him as your second tight end, flat wrong. Okay, you got 7. And he drops a lot still. So, you really get hamstrung with bad tight ends. I feel it's one of my favorite positions to actually invest in when I have draft capital or player capital. Gary's one of those guys that if we got to see some exhibition games, could have made a better decision on him. But he's one of those guys I kind of was just waiting on somebody else to draft, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Tom took him for us in S28. Second round, I think.
I think it was early third.
Oh, early third. Yeah, there you go. So he must really like him. A lot of times Tom makes the picks based on how they look on their college film. And unfortunately, sometimes that college film doesn't always translate to the NFL. But when you get a guy from a big program facing tough competition, you can usually make a pretty good decision.
Well, this year in particular, for some of what you guys have been saying, it's probably more useful to consider how highly they were drafted and what the NFL scouts thought of them.
Right.
Yeah.
They're making the
trying to judge like defensive backs from like whatever they're calling the Big 12 or whatever, where Texas Tech and teams like that are playing compared to playing against a quarterback from the SEC or like an offensive tackle in the SEC for a defensive end going up against versus the Pac-12, Pac-10 or something. Huge difference to me, and you're seeing guys week in, week out that are probably going to get drafted, and I just feel like getting guys on tape and seeing how they do against elite level can really kind of burst the bubble of a guy that you don't see very often. So I like the guys that play in tough competition a lot. All right.
All right, I had to go find my daughter a ruler. So what did I miss?
Detroit made it
McGeary?
instantly, so he likes that player, McGarry.
Several of the good offensive linemen are no longer on the board that I was eyeing for 57.
Gary Bunting. Is he playing the slot again, or has he moved outside?
I thought he was in the slot, but
I always find it's tough to pay for those slot cornerbacks, even though they're some of them are really given good ratings. But
I think if you draft him highly, you're hoping they're a boundary guy.
there goes Greedy. That's a guy I would have targeted with my 3rd round pick for sure if he somehow slipped there. Well, you're coming up, Tim.
Yep. Guys, I was getting ready to take keep falling off the board, making my pick easier and easier. I really like Jawan Taylor. I was hoping he would make it to me at 57. I didn't think he would, but got close enough. I got excited for him. Yeah, I'm going to take one of the guys I almost thought of taking. If I'd have moved down just a little bit from 30, I'd have taken this guy a little earlier.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was hoping to get him with that 3rd round pick if I didn't take Mostert in the 1st or 2nd round.
Yeah, I actually had Montgomery just a touch higher, just based on the fact I think he's got a sure thing as the #1 back if he stays healthy. But I actually like Madison pretty well, and didn't want to overpay for him. But I was like, man, I've just got to hope one of those guys maybe slides to the spot. Because, like I said, I didn't want to take him at 30, but I wouldn't have felt bad if I was around 36, 38, 40. I wouldn't have felt bad taking him because I've got 2 old running backs, McCoy and Coleman. Coleman's not necessarily old, but he's not a #1 right now. So I kind of felt like I needed to get at least some teams #1 or #2 back that might give me a 4 carries.
Well, Dalvin Cook is really injury prone too, and they haven't re-signed him, so he could have a larger role.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Dalvin Cook is super injury prone, and they haven't re-signed him either. So Madison could have a bigger role, right?
Yeah, he could, and that's also a team that likes to run a lot when they have the carries. I don't think Cook getting 250 carries wouldn't mean Madison might be able to get 150 himself. So. All right. Dawson Knox.
No, Caden Smith. Oh, you're taking him. I was like, yeah, that would have been a better pick than Caden Smith. But what am I saying? I don't know.
I was actually kind of excited about Dawson Knox, even I've been around maybe 35 or 40. I kind of like him.
Yeah, it's great value there.
And now I can say something to Nathan. He mentioned a long time ago about like having a 2 tight end offense. That was one of my goals going into this draft. I didn't really want to broadcast it, but I really was hoping to get a couple of tight ends out of this draft that I like. And, there's still one on the board that I like, but I'm kind of done for this draft.
Nice. Yeah, we'll see if he slips to my pick in the 3rd round. Although I have got a couple options. I've got like 4 players I'd be really happy with. Well, there he goes. He's not going to make it to my pick.
Yep.
That would have been a nice value at 311.
I had him, as a guy I would take in the 57 to 60 range, if especially if I'd missed on tight end in the 1st round. I definitely liked him for this part of the draft.
There's a 5 that lasted into round 3. I guess it is a little bit of a weak draft class. Maybe that's why Dan's trying to move out of the 3rd round. But, or maybe he just didn't have time to finish up his preparations. Oh, there goes somebody I was hoping would slip. That was the guy I wanted with 311.
Preston Williams.
Yeah, I like him. He's got a good card this year, and he's going to be a focal point of the offense, I think, in Miami.
He might be good in the future, but I'm not a big fan of that card. Got combos, but his longest long pass is 35.
Oh, yeah, but like I said, I think he's good things ahead.
Yeah, definitely more of a future thing.
Can't believe he lasted that long in this league.
Yeah, I was just trying to trade up to that Carolina pick to grab him and then try to trade Geno, but that's off the board now. We got another one of those jack of all trade players. Knock out 3 positions at once.
One of the few returners I actually think might have like a long-term return career. He's actually really good if he stays healthy.
Nice.
And hopefully now I can trade TJ Logan for a fourth, who's a kick returner, punt returner. He's better than replacement or rental level.
What do I do here, guys?
Trade down again.
I hate to take a guy just for the position.
Well, you're in the third round. I mean, it's not a horrible place to do it.
Well, this is not going to be good for the future, but This gets me up to where I need to go for my pass defense. Now I've got good average, so I'm set. I don't think he was going to last much longer anyway.
Probably not. If they're useful at all, they're going to get snagged here pretty soon. Especially when there's not like a ton of really great prospects.
That guy's been getting a lot of hype this offseason.
Yeah, he's another one of those top 25 future guys.
Actually has a pretty nice card for games this year too.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much for receptions, but
Good deep card for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was hoping to take Bless and Austin there at that 4 cornerback, and then he got taken right before me. And then there's only one 4 cornerback left, so probably better off taking Rocky Sin for the future, or one of the other younger guys that's playing slot that went high in the draft. Oh, that's value right there for Butch. Or for Dale. Oh, he's got 3 picks. I thought it was just a third this year and a third next year. So 2/3 and a third next year for Wolf, 5'7" defensive end, and Harrison Smith.
That's relatively cheap,
Yeah, I think so.
especially in
I
a
don't
league where ratings go for quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if that would get through the TRC in SOMIFA. I'm guessing no.
Well, maybe because he's older.
Maybe.
Seems like there's a premium on youth at the moment.
There certainly is.
But Harrison Smith, I mean, this guy's been pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, hell yeah. He seems to be like one of those Hall of Fame type players, like Ed Reed, that'll get good ratings all the way until they retire.
Definitely could be. He's on a good defense. I mean, they're always pretty good. I don't have him on any of my teams though, so I don't really know lately how he's been doing. Still,
Yeah,
he
no,
has a good rating, so he's got to be doing something right.
yeah, he's still solid. That could be a bargain if he's actually any good. I just don't trust that N'Keal Harry guy until he shows me something. That's another one where preseason games would have helped.
Yeah.
Well, the Patriots have had really bad luck with receivers too. It seems like, for whatever reason, all their talent value skills don't ever seem to work with receivers.
Yeah, I was really happy to get Kenbrell Tompkins in the 6th round one auto-win draft, and then that was after like an awesome week 1
The tight end
performance.
/ receiver.
Yeah, exactly. He caught a last-second touchdown. He had like 7 catches in that Week 1 game. And that was pretty much his production the entire season, rest of the season.
Trent Edwards' second year, he had a big game to start the year, and I traded him off because I was drafting Matt Ryan. And that worked out pretty well.
Nice.
Then he went just down the tubes. He had like a fantastic game to start the season. I think maybe against the Bears or something.
The old, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Plus, I was getting Matt Ryan, who I definitely knew was not going to be the dude.
So talking about the beat writers, that guy that was just selected, Michael Jordan, the guard with the Bengals.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Enquirer's beat writer said that he's going to be selected as the camp player of the year for the Bengals.
Wow.
So there you go. Whatever that's worth.
Sometimes with these writers too, even just from team to team, some of them I like to read, like not necessarily even this year because I haven't looked that much, but there's some writers I put a lot more stock in than others, you know. Like the teams that are like, oh, our guys are all great, you know, all the time.
Yeah.
Talking about, it's like, dude, come on. They can't all be the best player ever when your team went to the team.
Yeah. It's too often these beat writers are more jock snippers than they are truly looking at talent. It's hard to get, you know, and that's again one of the nice things, especially because this draft is broken up over two weeks. You know, you've got those preseason numbers, and Pro Football Focus does a really nice job of breaking down players' performances. I picked up Darius Phillips last year, 7th round, and it looks like now he's going to be a starter for the Bengals. He looks like he's going to be their main kick returner. And I wouldn't have picked him had I not seen how well he'd done over the preseason last year. And it was only Pro Football Focus that would provide that kind of information. Now, he may turn out to be a complete Yutz, but at least you have some sort of unbiased look as to who a player's going to, an evaluation of a player's performance.
Yeah, that had a lot to do with me drafting Taylor Moton in both Autumn Wind and Samifa. I just read great stuff from Pro Football Focus on his exhibition ratings, and they were raving about him. I was like, okay, I'll go ahead and take him, you know, 4th or rounder, maybe something in that range. And they were right. He did actually take a step forward that year.
Mm-hmm.
Normally,
this guy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Scared if someone was trying to take my 1st round pick in the 3rd round, but still pretty happy.
But then this guy here, who I kept hearing was going to be like a starting safety eventually. Now I've read where they've moved him to the corner. Blair, he's going to be like the slot corner.
The Seahawks just cut Shaq Griffin. Shaquem, not Shaquille.
Oh, I was going to say. Oh my God!
I gotta tell Tom that. See if he falls for it.
Oh, please do.
Clowney got a new agent today.
Does that mean he's going to wait to sign his contract?
I don't know what it means, but I saw he changed agents this morning.
Interesting.
I think he's kind of overselling himself, you know. But
Yeah, he needs to just sign that 1 year
if you're
deal.
not in the 8 to 12 sack range, you're probably not going to get the kind of money he's asking for, regardless how many pressures and blow ups of the run game you've had.
Yeah, but he's an impactful player that's capable of that, but he hasn't shown he can stay healthy. That's the thing, is that you can't invest, $100 million in a player and only get him half the time. That's the guy I was going to take, Byron Murphy, if I didn't care about the 4 rating cornerback.
Yeah, he's the highest guy left on my list, I think.
He's gone.
Clowney might want a multi-year deal just because the next year it's going to be even harder to sign guys with the salary cap. It's going to go down.
Yeah.
But he's acting like he's getting 12 sacks a year when he's like never even got 10,
Agreed.
But people like him. I mean, he's an impact player, but he's not, Khalil Mack or anything like that.
Sometimes watching Clowney, he reminds me a little of Tom Bahali, but Hali would get double-digit sacks also. But they kind of remind me of one another sometimes.
Well, if he was getting like 7 or 8 sacks at outside linebacker, that's reasonable. Getting it at defensive end when you want to get paid like you're, a top 10 defensive end in the league, you're just not going to get paid like that. Because they'll pay for pass rushers.
Yep.
What did he have, 3 sacks last year?
4.
I mean, come on.
He's a 6'4", so I guess, 3 sacks, but they gave him a little extra credit since.
That's like Chemo Von Olhoffen. That's like basically
right.
saying.
Justin Smith
Even Justin Smith was got some double-digit sack years.
Yeah, but I think that Clowney will have a few here and there.
Tom didn't get a trade offer for Cooper Kupp, did he?
Not that he likes. No, not yet.
It's so hard to trade a receiver, and to try to trade one in a draft like this is probably impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I offered him the pick that I took Nick Needham for the, for that pick for 311, but he wasn't interested.
For Kupp,
Yeah, I thought
I
it would.
wouldn't have done that either. I mean, it's a third-round pick, and the draft is
Yeah,
But that's kind of the point is by the time you want to trade for him, the guy who's holding him doesn't want what you're going to give him.
yeah.
Any receiver that's not like elite is tough to trade, I think, for reasonable value.
I think Mark was shumping Marquez Valdez-Scantling quite a bit in the offseason. He did move him eventually, but that's really wide receiver needy. But he's just one of those guys that just strikes me that he's in a great situation, still hadn't won a job yet. That worries me. I didn't like the way he looked the second half of last year, and he was probably a guy that went in the third round just last year. But they drop a lot in value if they're not doing well in the current season.
Well,
Yeah.
and I'd read a lot of roster bubble stuff on him too. So
Read a lot of what?
roster bubble, as in he may have a tough time making the roster this year.
Yeah.
I heard something. Aaron Rodgers said some good stuff about him that he's really impressed him in camp, but who knows? That was just a couple days ago.
I actually traded for him. I traded
nice.
future fourth and pick 180 and Vernon Davis for him.
I think that'll work out for you.
Yeah, that's the kind of the range. I think I was.
That's more of a now type of thing for me because I am desperate at receiver.
Yeah.
And he's got the kind of card I really do like. And
Yeah.
with the type of offense I'm going to run, he'll be quite useful. And then there's at least he's got upside if he can get it together. Like I read all that stuff too, and I liked him a lot last year, and this year it's like I don't know.
Yeah, he has good yards on his card, and that's what made me think about it. But I just personally, at this point, I'm not close enough that I felt like it was a real good investment. I was like, a couple of fourths, I'd really be better off getting younger guys and hoping for the future where I'm at right now. Because I've got a lot of positions I just need a starter or a warm body at least.
Yeah, I'm hoping that what he claims is that it was injury, that's true. If that's true, then it could work out for me. But even if it doesn't, I think I wasn't going to use Vernon Davis, especially because I thought I'd be getting a tight end in the first round. I thought there was a good chance I might get Fant or Hawkinson, one of those guys, or move back and get something I like.
Yeah, kind of been farther down the road. That's the kind of card I would have traded for. I did that a couple of years ago with that guy from the Jets that recently retired, Quincy Anunya. I gave up a third, but I kind of realized it's mostly for one card, and I felt like I was a playoff level team and really needed a deep threat. So it's a lot to pay. I didn't actually give up a third. I think I traded that center that's been bouncing around the league from Cincinnati to Buffalo. I don't think he's starting anywhere now, but I don't remember his name offhand.
Anybody go to take DeAndre Baker and keep him on their IR for about 5 years until he gets out of prison?
I don't think he even got taken at S28 yet, has he?
No,
Yeah.
we're at the 10th round.
I thought about taking him last round, but I took a fullback.
What do you guys think David Bakhtiari's worth? 6'7" offensive tackle, 30 years old.
In what, this league?
Yeah. Future picks.
He's 30 right now.
29 right now, I think. Turning 30 soon. Let me see.
No, I gotta look.
He was born in 91, September 30th. So he's just going to turn 29.
See, he went down 2 years in a matter of.
I just going off memory. I wasn't sure. Yeah, he seems like he's been around forever.
League.
Huh?
He's one of the best in the league. I definitely think he's worth probably a late first.
Yeah.
I mean, in a 30-team league, but you don't get as much value because of the dump off and all that garbage. So
Plus, you can't trade your future first round picks.
So I guess you'd be looking like a team for like you might have to give up like a second and another pick. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it also depends on the team you're trying to get it from, what their priority is. If it's a rebuild, then they probably want draft picks. If it's just a convenience, then maybe you give a pretty good veteran in the pick. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem is when people are rebuilding, I don't have any young players to add.
Well, that's the thing is it's probably not a temporary. I mean, that's probably at least 4 more really good ratings.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, 4 or 5 years of 5.7, maybe 6.7. And some people value tackles a lot more than others too. Some people are a lot easier to trade them to.
Yeah, true.
I think Tim actually might be one that values them pretty highly compared to some people.
Offensive tackles?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I do quite a bit.
I know Paul is willing to pay quite a bit. Paul Mankiewicz. He doesn't usually make a lot of trades, but I've traded him. I traded him Dwayne Brown, probably in a similar situation, for a late first-round pick.
That was me.
I traded you Dwayne Brown and
Yeah, and I moved him on to Dennis about 3 years later, I believe. Am I thinking of the same guy? Yeah.
Dwayne Brown
Yeah,
was
so
guys on the
I
Seahawks.
want to say 2013 is when I got him because I believe it was the year Shady had his next to last great card.
I'm pretty sure I traded with Paul too. I drafted him in almost every league I was in because I really liked him. That was the year with Brian Clady and Jake Long, and it felt like he was overshadowed, so he was going like late first, in every league. Did a kicker just get taken?
Yep.
Yeah, why do people like Joey Sly more than say Young Ho Koo?
Maybe he's a better situation or better long-term prospect. If you're going to take
Maybe.
the 3rd round, you better like him a lot.
True.
Okay, I traded Dwayne Brown to Dennis in 2017 along with Sean Smith, Robert Alford, and my number 7 for Tevin Coleman, center 5'7" Matt Slauson, and Seattle's 10th, so mostly for Tevin Coleman.
Yeah.
And before that, let's see how I got him. Yeah, I traded my 21st overall to Atlanta for Brown and Cincinnati's number 3, which I believe I used on Johnny Manziel.
And that was Samifa, right?
Yeah, Samifa.
Okay. I think I might have traded in the fall in the spring league.
Maybe even Autumn Win.
I didn't have an autumn wind. I wasn't in autumn wind during that draft. I know I drafted him in both Samifa and in SSFA, both drafts. And I think I got him possibly in Frozen Tundra too. He was underrated for a couple years, and then he just started getting all the ratings.
Yeah, those guys are nice if you're like me. I think I had a 4 starting maybe that year and switched to a 6 if you're going to be running a lot of off tackle and to that side. They're really nice to have all those +8s thrown in there almost.
Well, he's going to be, solid like that every single year too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. 10-minute break.
I think I missed a pick somewhere in here.
There was one skipped pick.
Was there? Okay.
Yeah, there's one voided pick. So if you've got a count off, that's probably it.
Thank you. I would have been looking for a while.
Yep. I've done that many times before. Or drafted a guy in round 6, says like, what are you talking about? He was, that's the guy I was missing. I only had 149.
Wonder why it was voided that early
Not filling roster requirements.
in the third round.
I know it's must be.
I know it accumulates, but that's pretty harsh.
Yeah,
I've missed that many times, if that's what it was.
definitely a stiff punishment.
I mean, think of what you could have traded your third for,
Yeah.
Well, I struck out on all my attempts to acquire David Bakhtiari. He's just not interested in trading him. I really should have jumped in on Derek Wolf and
Harrison Smith.
Harrison. Yeah, that would have been a big boost.
Well, what were you offering for Bakhtiari?
Second and fourth. He just doesn't want to trade him.
Although
I think it's
I know your picks are going to be so late too. Though. It's like, I mean,
everybody holds that against me.
Well, yeah, they hold it against me too if I have a team that's going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, when do you
it's
not make the playoffs? And if you're trading for players, you think you're going to make the playoffs. So,
Yeah.
It's funny, these trades that have gone on during the draft, I think this is the first year that I'm actually going to try to compete, and I had to make some trades to get my run and pass defense to good. So I made, several trades before the draft, one to Dennis, whoever had prior. I can't remember who in the world that was. But now that I see what's offered during the draft, it seems like you can get better bargains. And that's not to say Dennis, our deal was bad. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that it seems like during the draft, people are just giddy to get as many picks as they can, and they're offering them for bargain basement prices.
People don't put that picks away during the draft ever, even when the value is like a really good deal.
When they know what they can get, that makes a difference. Okay, if I make this trade, I'm definitely getting the guy I want. Like Tom making that trade, he knows he's getting, the center McCoy, or even these other guys. Like when Butch traded for that third round pick, he knows what he's getting. So it makes him feel a little more comfortable. But you're right, there does seem to be more bargains for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like our trade wound up being Nate Jerry for Nick Needham, which is a totally fine trade. But, you know, you're probably going to come out in the better end of that anyway. I shouldn't have, because I drafted for position need.
Yeah, I'm real happy with the more I've been thinking about it, I'm real happy to have these bookends at Allen and Bosa. But next year I'm having a gaping hole at nose tackle because Eddie Goldman called off for the year. So I wonder what I'm going to do about that. Not easy just to go find a nose tackle.
Yeah.
I may think about going 4-3 next year because I think it's
It works
easier to
well.
get defensive tackles at 5 than it is to go try to find a nose tackle 5.
Yep.
And Chubb's coming back next year, McKinley in there. I don't have another inside linebacker. I might consider that next year.
Not a bad idea.
Especially because, you got those two bookends. I don't know. Of course, you got Chubb, who's a speed rusher. I don't know. Chubb is more like a 3-4 player anyway. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
If I had Chubb, I'd run a 3-4 every year.
That's the problem with that is that I do wonder if Strat's going to hear us and maybe make an adjustment to that rule set that's going to allow inside linebackers to start having coverage responsibilities. I just really wholeheartedly believe they've got to address that.
In our old face-to-face league, that was a custom rule we had where the middle linebacker assumed coverage at a -1 for their rating.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have an upcoming pick?
I do. 4-8, I think.
I think I've got 10.
Yeah, I've got a couple coming up.
Here we go.
You're the one for me, Fatty. Yeah. I like that guy. Where's Tom? He should talk about him.
There are a lot of great names in this draft.
Yeah, for sure.
Got Rin and Taki.
Yeah. The kicker's going early in autumn wind. What's going on?
When do you have to have a kicker in autumn wind? Is it round 6?
No, you never do. That's a Somifa. Picking him for the future or the card?
You know, they talk about his athletic skills quite a bit. I don't think he's a total card guy, but he's by far one of those guys I had pegged as being a good. If I don't have a wide receiver by round 4, I need to get this guy. He has a good card.
Yeah, he does have a good card this year. I just wasn't sure about his future. How he
What
was.
he really does, it kind of reminds me of one of those late bloomer types. He's all of a sudden kind of worked his way up. I read some stuff that had he gone to he wasn't invited to the combine, but had he gone, he would have had the highest number of reps and things like that. So there's some things to like about him too. I wish Philip Rivers had his arm of 5 or 10 years ago, but see.
Come on, Dennis.
What? Oh, am I wrong? Never mind. Sorry.
That's a good way to get your pick voided.
I guess so. $95, right? 98. It's different. I think I was talking to Dan about this, about the trade that he's going to make with somebody else. Well, let's see if my guy makes it. That's not actually right. To New England. I should have jumped in there and confirmed it.
And now it's on you real fast.
Confirmed.
I didn't even realize Noah Fant is a 0-3 blocking back.
Hey, even more useful for matchups.
Perfect.
There goes Koo. That's who I thought should have been the first kicker off the board. All right, so now I've got one more pick to sweat out by Mr. Tim Bollier before I can get my guy. Don't take my guy, Tim.
I'm not looking at him. Well, that was my guy right there. I was going to take Hooker. So.
Uh-oh.
You okay?
Wow, on take was a little earlier than I thought. Good card though, and
Yeah,
good
some
prospect.
great card. I was hoping he would fall to the 5th, and maybe I could sneak up and get him. I'm not going to have any running backs next year, so I might as well buy a lottery ticket, see if he gets any carries for Pittsburgh.
Sure.
Oh, there goes Mikar Hardeman. I was wondering when somebody was going to take him.
Take him again, you mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, he went a long time ago.
He went in the first round.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
mean, I like him, but not compared to Marcus Johnson.
Yeah, there you go.
Hardman went like 23rd or something.
Yeah. I was thinking of him at 30, and he was nowhere near 30.
22nd.
What do you guys think on Nate Davis? You think he was rated so poorly by PFF, but he's got a starting gig at least, and with a good run team. I almost took Tristan Hill. Maybe I should have done that, but
should have taken Eric McCoy.
For my center?
Yeah, in the 4th round.
That would have been good.
Everyone else was picking everyone twice.
Marquis Christian.
My starting corner in S28.
Nice. Of course, he'll be a 0 over there, but what can you do?
Not as a DB.
Say it again?
Not as a DB.
But you're starting him at boundary corner or nickel?
Boundary, he's a DB. He's not a slot corner.
Oh, really? Did they show up? I thought they also got hit by the penalty. I would check that out if I was you.
I thought so too.
Yeah, fire up a stock game and move Marquis Christian to outside and see what Strat does.
They lower the DB and the slot corner.
Yeah, I think so.
That's not what it says in their rule.
Pretty sure it does, but I could be. Who's Christian play for?
The Rams.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a start. Let's see, 2019 Rams. Let's see. I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see where was my screen here at. Okay, so I'm going to just start a local game. The Rams are going to defer and kick off so we can put Christian out there. I should have done an onside kick just to cut the animation down. Okay, so we're going to line up here. We're going to replace Marcus Peters with Marquis Christian, and he's turned to a 0.
So,
So that's definitely a.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks, but I'm not interested in that. Period.
Hey, Michael,
Yes.
are you set at returner?
Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, I've got a decent punt returner. TJ Jones' card is actually pretty good. The other returner is lousy, but yeah, somebody actually just tried to offer something, but I don't need a punt returner, actually.
Yeah,
I
I was gonna say I would be interested in Christian.
Here's the thing. My third receiver is Zay Jones. So there's some decent stuff here that's going to fall to the 5th round that even if these guys don't turn out to be anything. At least I could borrow it. That's why I was really hoping Auden Tate would kind of slip just a little bit. But any of those guys would kind of sort of work. I just need somebody who at least is a 4 in short.
Yeah.
But anyway, somebody just tried to offer me somebody for him.
Yeah, I pick it the last pick of the 4th round, so keep that in mind.
I'll make that deal with you.
138.5. Jesus
Uh-huh.
Christ, I told you like 10 times.
Yeah, he got picked up by the Bears in the offseason, so he'll get out there and play that third safety role for them again.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that deal, I would do that deal because
That's fine. If you want to do that deal, that's cool. So you got 30 here in this round?
yeah,
Last pick?
yeah. It's the Cowboys' original pick, number 1 for me. But yeah, that's what I'm going to use to pick on anyway. So yeah, I'll do that for DB4.
Thank you. That's great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he can start at safety 4 for me. So
I figured there'd be somebody who would have some sort of weird spot where they would need an extra person. I knew Dennis made a trade last year to Philadelphia for a guy who was just a 1-year rental who was a 4 DB that played safety. Can't remember his name, but he retired at the end of the year.
yeah, and I had a couple of guys that I had kind of pegged for that, but once they went off right before I picked in round 4, it was like I don't really like the guys. I like Julian Love, okay, but not as well as the guys I took. I wanted Darrell Henderson over him. So
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, it'll work good for both.
Yeah. I have 7 guys rated at corner or safety or DB, so he's never going to see the field.
Let's see. Where did Stidham go in S28?
We're in the 5th round.
Dang, I knew I'd drafted Knox way too early.
Tillery's not a bad fallback pick after he missed out.
Actually, I know I'm looking for a wide receiver, but that's actually what I was thinking about taking him instead and thinking that he's got to fall to 6.
Travis Frederick, a bargain there. That's pretty good. That's about what you pay, I guess, for a 1-year card.
Hey, Michael, you want to announce the trade? You know the spelling of his name better than I do.
Sure. Is it up already? Or is it getting ready to?
Yeah, I jumped the gun.
It's pick 120 or 4.30, I guess.
They want you to.
What was that?
Oh, they have to put it on there first, and then they can officially.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's for 4.30 for
Now
market.
you announced it.
Where's the celebration button? We've now reached average pass defense. Yay.
Hey, man. So regular season fires up next weekend for real. So usually whenever we have these drafts, do we have a week or two between of games to watch before the 6th round?
It should just be 1 week.
Is that right? Is that how it's always been, or it just seems like this season's starting a little later?
No, you always have 2 Thursday night games and 1 full Sunday before the second part of the AW draft.
And everybody just furiously looking at snap counts.
Yep, and injuries, of course, you know.
Hey guys,
Whoa.
Thomas Cook.
I can
Hey, Tom.
feel I can feel the tension. Hey Tim, imagine if we could hear what Dennis was saying, Nathan.
Is he muted?
If only I muted him. Yeah, he muted himself.
The mighty Tom Cook is here.
Mighty,
Welcome aboard.
Mighty, are you predicting another 8-8 season for my team?
Just your draft prowess. How about that?
Should start showing up at the standings though. Eventually, I think Nathan would say.
Nice job grabbing Dillard there. I should have taken him instead of
Nate
Nick
Davis is playing this year though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not thinking about the long term. You know, I should be more.
Yeah, you're doing a lousy
judicious,
job
I
with
guess.
these teams, right, Nathan? Dennis should change the way he's doing things.
I would like it if he would. Tired of losing them in the Super Bowl.
As I don't think I'm going to be going to Super
Heard
Bowl
that
this
before.
year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You aren't going to make the playoffs at 8-7. That you beat my undefeated team in SSFA. I'm not making it. I'm not going to get in. And you beat me there. My undefeated team made the Super Bowl.
There goes all our sleepers that we got in S28. We get Greg Little got taken. What the other guys you picked? Van
Andrew Van
Ginkel.
Ginkel.
Van Winkle got taken. Van Ginkel.
They're going a little earlier here, so I guess we did well to get them when we got them in S28.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I assume you were pretty happy to get McCoy where you did.
Yeah, that was a steal right
Yeah.
there. I knew who you wanted. I was almost going to take him and then trade Ben Jones, but I had my eye on Mostert.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be center. They still haven't said from what I saw a couple of days ago, who's center and who's guard between him and Cesar Ruiz. But I can really use either, you know. So I'm like, whatever. He's good. Say what, Nathan?
Michael was talking about that earlier, and I hadn't even heard that he was going to possibly play guard.
Yeah, they get him and Ruiz. I think McCoy was working more at guard than Ruiz was in camp. You know, but they still haven't said. So,
Well, either way, getting a lineman, especially nowadays, that's that good, that late, is pretty awesome.
he had a good rep coming into the draft, the NFL draft. It's pretty solid. So, and Dennis knows I like drafting linemen. Probably a little too much for Dennis.
There aren't as many.
probably.
Yeah. McCoy's going to go in round 1 in Somifa, and he went in round 1 in S28, so that was definitely a steal.
Thanks. I didn't like who did you take? Who's the guy you took before? Is it before Nick Needham? Nick Needham's not starting, is he?
No, I just needed that to get my defense up. That was I should have I was going to take Byron Murphy, but I should have. But I just said I need the 4 cornerback. Russell Wilson still, can do some things. So
you couldn't pick up an old man.
I should have done that. I should have just picked a young guy. And
somebody took like Rocky. I think someone took like Rocky Scene, like the very next pick or something.
Yeah.
I'm not saying whether or not I'm big on the Rock, but if
Yeah. I should have taken. Definitely should have taken more of a prospect. That's all right. I do all my mistakes in autumn wind and then hopefully draft better in some leaf.
Push my legs over some. Yeah. That's why your autumn wind teams keeps performing so poorly.
I just take cards. I'm not taking prospects.
So you take the cards, I take the prospects. You go to the Super Bowl and I go 7-9, and then you're like, "Oh, Tom, you're drafting so great."
I stand by what I said.
Who's picking this round? Who's picking the 5th round here in the room?
I am. Not until later.
2 picks.
So what, Nathan?
I'm up in 2 picks.
You're doing a little damage for the year, I think, right? A lot of damage. That's right. You went heavy for the year.
Yeah. I mean, I took Garrett
heavy-ish
in the 4th.
Yeah, but okay, that's right. But I mean, with your trades in general, you were some schmuck traded you these 4th and 5th round picks. I wish I had those picks now, Nathan.
I'm pretty sure
that 2 next
year when you got your 2nd and 3rd round pick.
That 2 next year, better not be a bust. Otherwise, the whole trade will fall apart. It's hinging on the one guy, but I don't have no idea who he is.
What was that?
I made a trade with Nathan in the off season where he gave him like his 2 and his 3 next year. I gave him like a whole bunch of 4s and 5s and Darryl Worley. So I was telling him I wish I had those picks now, but I was telling him the whole trade like hinges on whoever I get in the 2nd round next. That one guy, the one shaky prospect in the 2nd round of autumn win next year. Probably a goddamn receiver, right, Nathan?
Hopefully.
That's right. So I learned a little bit, Nathan. I started drafting some defensive guys early.
I never learned. I'm taking my tight end.
You never learned what?
I took another tight end.
Hey, Fant, that late was another steal.
I like tight ends. What do you mean? What do you mean never learned? Well, you got Fant in the 2nd round, right?
No, but I never take the defense anymore. I used to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Fant's good. He's got downfield ability. Fant's good. And since you don't care about the blocking at the tight end, so
No, I do not.
Yeah, Michael's turned sideways. He's turning the draft on its head.
Michael, your iPad is tilted to a 90-degree angle. You got to get your RAM there. I like that.
It's kind of a weird one. I actually liked him, but he's not.
He's got ability.
Now
he's got ability.
Plus, I can play a 3-4 now instead of having 2 crappy 4 D tackles.
Is he a nose tackle forward, Sebastian?
Yeah, he's a nose tackle 4.
Okay. Instead of 2 crappy defensive tackles, you got 1 crappy nose tackle. Which
it's
is
a
better,
lot easier
actually.
to cover up the interior in a 3-4 than using a 4-3. Especially if
Yeah.
I'm already questionable at linebacker when they switch to a 3 receiver set.
I thought Juwan Bentley slipped in this draft. Since you're talking about linebackers, since they're linebackers. I was getting close to drafting him again. I was like, great, my third inside linebacker that I'm drafting. I know Nathan thinks those inside linebackers are highly valued, right, Nathan? I should grab them early.
I like them, but if you're going to go cheap in a 3-4, that's where you can go cheap at.
Yeah, I was teasing about that. Yeah, I have no idea, Dennis, why suddenly I was allowed to come into my devices were allowed to be activated.
You got me. I know I can't go in with Chrome anymore. I have to use Firefox. It's really weird. And I don't care enough about it to investigate why it's happening, so I just use Firefox.
I was using Microsoft Edge, believe it or not. I used to always use Chrome, and I switched to. So what, Nathan?
For this Zoom thing.
I've been using it. It made it my default browser a couple of months ago after some got upgraded. And I think something with Chrome was annoying me, and I was like, let me try this one. I'm not a tech guy. I was just like, whatever. And I'm sure it was something minor that I can't remember now that probably was easily fixed.
Well, for StreamYard, I can't use Safari, and they make me use Chrome now. So I'm on 2 different browsers.
That's always fun. Especially during the draft.
It's something to do with allowing those applications access to your microphone and camera. And there's some of your security software is probably saying, no, you can't do that. If you go into a setting and turn it on, it would probably work. But I'll figure it out one of these days.
Still some players I wouldn't want to have. Still some players I wouldn't mind having on my team here.
Well, give me Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp for second and a fifth.
Oh, there you go.
Your twos are so late, Nick. I don't like trading for your future picks unless I'm giving you a guy I really don't like.
We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Dennis.
I'll give you Cedric.
They always hold it against me, and I'm like, yeah, they're going to hold it against anyone that's successful that thinks they're going to be in the playoffs again.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this draft.
You want the Jets first round pick, or you want the Patriots first round pick?
Yes.
Right. I hear you.
The Jets are going to be one of the 4 worst teams in the AFC this year. I think we'll be in last place in the division. We'll be top 8 in the draft. I think we're one of the worst 8 teams in football. It's hard, Nathan, when you're not really. Say what?
You have that to look forward to.
Yes, exactly. It's hard, Nathan, when you're not really good at any one position. It's hard to have a good team that way. They're not above average at anything. If Darnold steps up, he would be stepping up to become average. So it's like and they don't have the receivers or the blocking to make it likely that he's going to have some kind of tremendous statistical step up. So the Jamal Adams trade killed the idea that maybe the defense will be pretty good. We have no pass rush. We have no pass rush, ordinary corners, weak linebackers. That's not. If you have no pass rush and an ordinary secondary at best, that's not a good recipe in the modern NFL for good defense. Nathan, do you agree?
Sorry, I was in the middle of a trade negotiation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I totally get you. And it's kind of also hurts Darnold for being able to stay on the field as much because the other team's defense has given up. The Jets' defense has given up yards and possessions,
but at least he was down on the field. He can't throw any interceptions or get injured. So there's always that to. You look at when you're a fan of a bad team, then you look at the bright side.
There you go.
But I don't know. They're a ways away from doing anything.
Are you getting Shreveport's? Yeah, you're getting Shreveport's 4th next year.
We do anything? Oh, they had a trade here.
Yeah. Let's see who Rick wanted.
Who the steamer wants?
Yeah.
No. Oh, is it? I just realized no trip to. Is this because of COVID? No trip this year, Dennis, for the draft for you?
Yeah,
For
no,
AW?
I didn't even hear anything about it. It's definitely social distancing. This is the pandemic thing.
Yeah. I see Tim moved away. Maybe I was talking too much. I was disturbing his draft thoughts.
So what-
yeah,
What were you
So
asking
what-
me about there, Tom? I was completely zoned out. I was talking to Rick there.
I was talking about how lousy the Jets are. I was talking about how the Jets are not going to be good, and I was saying that they have no. I was talking the defense. I was saying that the trade of Jamal Adams like ruined the idea that maybe the Jets will have a pretty good defense. They have like no pass rush and like a substandard secondary. And that's like that's not. I was saying that's not a good recipe for defense. Good defense in the modern NFL, Nathan.
yeah. Well, at least they got Bradley McDougall back. He's not Jamal Adams, but he's not nothing.
At least we got Bradley McDougall back.
I thought that was a good trade for the Jets. I mean, that's a lot of draft capital.
I'm not saying it wasn't a bad trade, but let me ask you this: who's the Jets' best defensive player?
Quentin Williams.
He's done nothing in camp.
He's got to do something. Oh, I'm glad Tim's away because I think wasn't that his first round pick?
Yeah, he took him 5th overall. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Marcus May's in camp, but maybe Marcus May or Quentin Williams are your best defensive player. Who's the Jets' best offensive player?
Man,
Penalties.
So what?
Darnold, I guess.
A hard count. If he can draw a penalty, that's their best offensive player.
There you go.
Sam Darnold, unless Mekhi Becton has a tremendous rookie year. All right, so and I don't think and none of us think Darnold's going to light it up this year. Like maybe he'll step up and be average. That would be progress, right?
How's that tight end?
So
That was injured last year.
He's looking really good, and Darnold looked at him a lot when they were playing together 2 years ago. He missed a couple of games that year. Still had like 48 catches. They say that
the draft. Last year.
Yeah, they say that that Darnold looks to him all the time. He's like they've got a good rapport. Of course, when you have the Jets receivers, you better look to your tight end all the time. You got an injured injured. I always forget his name. Is it
Perryman?
Yeah, what's the first name? Rashad?
Rashad, yeah.
Rashad Perriman, yeah, right.
Yeah. You got an injured Rashad Perriman. Denzel Mims just came back from an injury. He stepped on the NFL field for the first time. Jamison Crowder is a slot guy. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We got picks in the future.
So, yeah,
This
Frank,
is that. We got Frank Gore. I don't remember if we released Kalen Blanche, and we traded for him. I think we might have released him also.
Oh, he failed his physical after you traded.
Well, that's
for
right.
him.
He failed his physical. That's right. Adam Gase looking for He wants to relive the glory days? Question mark of the Miami Dolphins. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, not good.
Wants to get all the lousy Dolphins who helped to get him fired. So, and then they get rid of when they cleaned house. But we'll see. And then if the game was on line, then you can always rely upon hard kicking Sam Ficken.
I might have to draft him.
I feel badly for you if that's the case.
I got Vinatieri, and he's terrible. As long-
Okay.
Can he kick a 75-yard field goal?
Hard kicking Sam Ficken? I don't know.
the kickers went early. I was thinking I'd take one too.
Yeah, it's a good thing I wasn't doing a draft show. Larry traded his number 2 next year into the late third round to get Joey Sly. I would say that was not a Sly move, Dennis.
Is he better than Koo? I thought Koo had the best card there. Is Sly that good of a prospect? Are kickers even prospects? They don't last very long.
Well, they last long. They just you have no idea what you're getting.
I think
Right.
Tucker might have gone like in the third round, and everyone's like, "Yeah, okay." Like, That's pretty.
Well, he went in the second round of the Strat 28 inaugural draft. It was like
Yes.
Oh god.
Jody's like, this is the only kicker I think is worth a second round pick.
I think Jody took. I think Jody took it, and then I think Dave Gabbard said it's the only kicker worth taking in the top 2 rounds.
Was it the inaugural draft?
Yeah, so the inaugural draft. He had
The
one player
inaugural
on his
draft.
team out of the entire NFL. And
So
then
a
he took
top
Justin
50
Tucker.
player, basically.
Yes. Well, although I think it might have been the very last pick. So it might have been just outside of that, Nathan. But pretty much, you get the idea.
That hurts my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not good.
And they wouldn't trade us. They wouldn't throw in a 10th round pick to a trade because he needs all the picks he can get. Because his team is bad.
I was thinking earlier, the old face would basically leave the guy would make the draft list, would make up names and put it on there, and people would be picking fictional characters in the 9th and 5th round.
I like
That's
that
right.
idea.
Glenn Hardcount. Larry
Jim.
Nimbletoes.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, Michael.
When we were doing this show early on, where I had picked the 10th pick, I basically had 3 people in mind, and all 3 of them turned out to be available at pick 10. I know you're going to do a review of this draft, I'm sure, eventually. Just curious to see what you
Probably
think about picking Josh Allen over Metcalf and Miles Sanders.
I'm probably not going to do a review of this draft. And I'm certainly
Then I'll
not going
just
to
take
reveal.
whatever you got now. Okay.
I'm certainly not going to reveal my opinions on the rookies before 25% of the Sabifa drafting community,
That's true. Yeah.
which is in this room right now. Either that or it could be the TRC. They got 6 guys on it. Oh, Tim's on the TRC. Tim, don't tell anyone I said anything. I mentioned TRC. I'm not allowed to. I'm in trouble over there.
Fired.
Double secret probation.
Yes, except for the double secret part. So, Tim, can you hear me? We don't see you anymore. Is he focused on drafting? What's he doing over there? Is there a basketball game on?
Maybe he had to take his dog out.
What pick do you have?
Where's
Tom? Where do you pick?
Well, that's what's stupid about me not giving my opinion because I don't draft until the second. I have no first round pick. I draft in the second round. Huh?
He's asking you about. He's asking.
You never know what.
Josh Allen.
I know he's asking me about DK Metcalf and Miles Sanders.
Yes.
You never know when there's opportunities to trade up and this and that. Maybe I really, really like 1 or 2 or 3 of those players.
Well, we know you don't really, really like Miles Sanders, and you're not going to trade up where he's been going.
What makes you say I really don't like? What makes you say I really don't like Miles Sanders?
Our conversation about how you the other day.
This is what people see, Dennis. People don't pay close enough attention, Nathan. I said even when we were talking, I said we were talking about his
on the first round.
I said we were talking about his rookie card. I didn't say we were talking about his prospects.
And
We talked about the impact of his rookie card.
necessarily on the first round, but it was a big question to you.
Well, and I told you also that was before I had done all of my prep.
Okay.
If you like, I'll be happy to give you a
Maybe
full.
I influenced you.
Maybe. Well, I'm not drafting for the card. I draft for the future.
Yeah.
So
Even though it's,
we would talk.
it's not great.
We were talking about his card that day, But I'll be happy to give you my opinion on Miles Sanders next week at this time. So
We should do this
That is a
during the
big deal.
Samifa draft too.
it's a little slower draft. Once they get into 60 seconds a pick here, it gets a little difficult.
Yeah.
We're never 1 minute a pick, are we?
Yep.
I don't know. I think we are.
We got like a half an hour.
I think after the first round, so you have extra minutes.
Yeah, you got like a half hour of extra minutes. You got like 3 warnings, something like that, and then they deduct a minute. This is pretty good. I'm glad they don't do 5 minutes of the first round. I really wasn't even totally ready. So I was drafting 17. I was doing some last minute stuff, so I couldn't come on the live show early. Mike was there, but I might not do a Samifa show this year, Nathan.
Why?
because I have a big mouth, and topics will come up that may be controversial, and I might get myself into some trouble. So I may need to lay low for a while. Hard to believe, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Well,
Try to focus.
Oh, why did he take DeAndre Baker?
He's a
Try to
first rounder,
focus.
bro.
That's right. It's your first round of the prison team.
You
Hard
didn't
knocks.
hear the news, all charges dropped.
Oh, seriously?
No, I don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Who knows? There's a lot of cuts today. Maybe they decide to throw that in there.
Did he get taken yet in S28? Did somebody take him in the 10th round?
He was still on the board in the 10th round?
This says
Yeah,
Giants
he's still
expected
there.
to reach DeAndre Baker.
Well, Oldham Smith will be in the draft next year.
There you
Everything
go.
goes well. So if you draft DeAndre Baker now, you'll keep him. And maybe in 8 years or so. The problem is, right, he wasn't even that good in the first place. That's part of the problem.
Well, Alden
You know?
Smith was, though.
Well, yeah, Oldham Smith, of course, was. Yeah. I mean, DeAndre Baker. So,
Yeah.
Nathan, you told me to focus so I don't get myself into trouble. When I do these shows, have you noticed I have a laser-like focus on topics, a tight ship, no meandering, no rambling, no ability to keep my foot out of my mouth?
I haven't really noticed that.
No, I agree.
And the Jets never come up in conversation either. You should mention those
That's
few guys.
That's right. Who was that quarterback that used to play for Stanford?
Josh Rosen.
Right-handed guy? No, Josh Rosen with UCLA. Or USC, I think USCLA.
No, he's just killing.
He didn't even hang around long enough for us to really get a good bashing in. I mean, at least Trubisky's been game about the whole thing and stayed in the NFL.
That's right. Well, Josh will probably someone will sign Rosen.
I mean, think of all the humor lost by Manziel, bombing out after 2 years. We could still be laughing at him today, but no, he's gone.
It was weird with him. I thought he had ability. I thought he had the ability to play.
I did too. Definitely don't think, even if he had the ability and showed it, I don't think an NFL team would turn over their offense to him anymore. He's just got too many character flaws now.
Well, yeah. Well, now the ship has sailed. I mean, when he was in when he couldn't light it up in the CFL, that was it for him. Yeah. He went to the CFL and he was doing lousy. I'm like, guys who aren't that good go there and do great, and you went up there and did lousy. So how good could he
he's
be?
one of those guys you think had the head coach at the time been different, maybe things had gone differently for him. Somebody that really got him engaged in football and gave him. I guess, I don't know, a little more leadership. Maybe things would have worked differently, but yeah, his chances came and gone now.
Some guy.
When a guy's injured during the week and he's supposed to be getting treatment, but he sneaks off to Vegas and wears like a wig and uses an alias to go party. I mean, I don't know you can teach a guy like that to not be an idiot.
Yeah, I think some guys are irredeemable, and I don't know what coach could have got through to Johnny Manziel. Maybe Jesus. That's about it. I don't know. Is this draft still going on?
Yeah, I got a pick coming up.
Pretty exciting.
Wait, Drew Sample doesn't have a card, does he? Doesn't he have no card?
No, he's got a card.
I missed that. Okay.
Come on, Tom.
I know. I'm slacking off.
He's one of those guys, I think everybody was watching the depth charts and just hoping to hear something like breakout year coming. Nothing like that came, though. If CJ Uzomah is still ahead of you on the depth chart, you're not showing much.
Breakout year, very far away, perhaps.
There's a
All right.
small sample
All right, guys, should I trade this pick for a fourth next year
Yes, you should.
from Phoenix?
What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it otherwise?
Draymond Jones, defensive end, Broncos.
Trade it.
I
Trade
kind of
it.
like him, though.
He's
I
on
do
the
like
top 20.
Draymond a little bit.
Yeah, some people do. He's on the Football Outsider sleepers list. I'm not a big fan personally.
All right, I'm going to get that extra pick.
Get the pick, and you'll. He'll do something better with that pick. Please announce the trade.
Now you see how they're doing this, Tom? You say trade, and then they say go ahead, and then he's going to tell them what it is.
I almost never make a trade.
You wait for them to announce you're on the clock, otherwise they get very grumpy.
Yeah, I almost never make a trade like on the clock. I don't think you used to have to do it. I don't know if you used to do the clock. I just announce them whenever, you know. And then I remember reading yesterday that you got to wait till you're on the clock. I was like, all right, fine.
Well, it is inconvenient because, like, what if you want to trade someone that you would have to cut if you pick someone else? Like, I don't know if there's a way around that or not.
Well, Dennis traded me a pick in the second round. No, we made two trades today, didn't we?
Well, I made the one where we moved back. I don't know.
Oh yeah. He traded me the pick for Eric McCoy. He traded me the early second round pick, but like they said time before he said trade.
Right.
So
Like somebody could have snuck in
It
there.
goes time trade. I'm like, what time out?
Too long.
It was him. It wasn't me.
You should have gave me your 6 next year. You don't want to give me that.
No, that is BS.
You did not have to pay very much. That was a better deal for you than Dennis, I would say. For you.
Yeah, you know you got a fantastic deal.
So don't make the trade.
Well, that's what I do.
I told Gunty. I said, you said, give me this. I said, no. I said, you said, how about this? I said, okay. You said, make it a look. I did look. It was 6 spots in the draft. I was willing to do it for a certain price. I wasn't willing to do it for more than that price.
You say 6 spots in the draft, but how many times have you talked about the drop off in quality between certain players and other players? That was a really, really good player you're getting.
Yes.
But I liked the guys I was getting 6 spots later, and they were defensive guys in the double counting league, which I'm trying to make sure I do. You know. A little more, so you know. So I was like, sounds like if I stay there, whatever. But John Jenkins might actually get some nose tackle for the Bears next year, Dennis. This could be a blessing in disguise for you.
That sounds good to me.
I'm serious.
I needed him for his rating, but yeah, no.
Don't be surprised if he gets a crazy bullshit feature like nose tackle thing next year. I'm just saying it could happen. I did not bring it up in negotiation, Nathan. I'm just saying. There's no time to negotiate it after the first round. This thing goes fast.
Plus, Dennis was probably negotiating with 6 people at one time. If I had to go,
no, it was not.
No, we about 3 picks before the pick came on the clock, Nathan. He had said, "Give me this," and I said no. And then all right, and then like the pick comes on, and like a minute into the pick, like he starts negotiating again. You know, I'm like, I already said no. You know, and then like 10 seconds before his time expires, he goes fine, and then he says trade, and then he said time first. It wasn't my fault. I wasn't negotiating. I was told to negotiate. So,
well, the thing is,
I believe it's both of your faults.
Yes, it is. Nathan is an experienced couples counselor, so please listen to him.
That's because you're both Dodger fans. But
you're not both being reasonable, but I could see why the trade would take quite a while.
It worked out fine. I got what I wanted in the end.
And that's the point. Is if you don't have a clear cut must have small list, what does it matter? Get something extra. Why not?
Yeah. Yep.
So if I set the record for most for trades overturned in one season, Dennis, or do you still have that record from
I never would have believed it wouldn't have been me. Yes, you've broken my record.
There we go. Do I have 3 or 4? Let me try and trade Riley Reef again. The guy who offered me that deal. He rarely offered me the Harrison Smith for Riley Reef. You know, and I was like, I wasn't really going to complain when they overturned it. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it would have been a steal for sure.
It would have been a difficult argument to make.
Oh, did another one get overturned?
Yeah,
I'm up to how many have I done? 3 so far? I think I got 3.
3 or 4.
I
think
got the
4.
original.
That's
got
what
the
I was
original
wondering. I
Julio-
was wondering if something was wrong with Harrison Smith because I saw him get dealt today, which I thought was a pretty inexpensive price overall with what all he got.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
absolutely.
was like 3 threes for Harrison Smith and like a pretty good defensive tackle 5, I think. Or like a low pass rush lineman 5, who's like a decent player. Derek Wolf, maybe?
Yeah, no, he got Derek Wolf
Yeah,
and
Derek
Harrison Smith,
Wolf
and he
and
gave up
Harrison
2
Smith.
3.
2
2
threes.
3s.
Yeah.
2 3s in a
Yeah.
future 3. Yeah. And AW3s, you know, they don't seem nearly as good as Samifa 3s. I mean, it's like the middle of the AW 3rd round, that's the 75th player in the draft. That's already the Samifa 4th round.
Yep.
You know? And you know, to me, even like Samifa, like second half of the 3rd round, normally it thins out a lot in terms of quality. 4th round is where you get all the injured first round picks.
Yeah, I feel like I've done really well in the 4th round if I ever actually keep my picks over the period.
I think I've done okay there, but I'm just saying, like, I just think it thins out in terms of like what you really like early 3rd round. You feel like really good usually about the guy you're getting. Like late 3rd round to 4th round, you're getting like okay, maybe, you know. 4th round is the home of all the failed or injured first round picks.
Guys,
Sometimes they work out. Say what?
Guys that haven't done much yet. Like I got Jordy Nelson there, you know, but he was buried on the Packers depth chart, but he was a 1st round pick.
I thought he was a 2nd round pick in the NFL, Jordy Nelson.
I thought he was 1st, but I could be wrong. I thought it was late 1st.
I could be wrong. I'm going off the top of my head.
Well, now I got to look.
Yeah, sometimes those guys work out great, and sometimes they don't. I got Melvin Ingram in the 4th round. I remember he was injured for the year, and I remember when I drafted Nathan was like, "That's a steal." I was like, "That's an absolute steal." I remember you saying that, and that was it. Might have been before I was really doing my homework, and I was like, "Okay."
Who was this?
Melvin Ingram.
Oh yeah, I was talking about him earlier. I got him in like the round of autumn wind or something like that.
Case in point, I also got Sylvester Williams in the 4th round. Of something. He was an NFL 1st round pick.
Jordy Nelson did go in the 2nd round, 36th overall.
Yeah, I feel like a /2 is emblazoned in my head from the Samifa rosters when I see Jordy Nelson's name. Philip Garcetta got in the 3rd round one year. That was the 1st round, another 1st round bust. The 1st round bust, so usually the 4th round. Andre Dillard's injured, so he's Samifa 4th round. So he'll probably go. He won the AW 4th round this year. Who else is lousy?
If I would redo my picks, I would have taken Rocky Sin or Byron Murphy with that Nick Needham pick, and I would have taken Andre Dillard with the Ben Davis pick. So
Nate Davis.
Nate Davis, yeah.
Nate Davis is supposed to be pretty solid, I think, as a guard.
Yeah, I think so too. But he's
actually playing
at PFF. Yeah, he is. So
they're all great.
You'd rather have a left tackle than a right guard, in general.
Although perhaps if his bicep is ruptured, you might feel differently. I don't know.
That's what I was worried about. What type of injury it was and how bad it was.
Yeah, I'm not a big Byron Murphy fan either. So we'll give him I won't give him a Miles Sanders opinion, Nathan. We'll give him Byron Murphy. So.
And Rocky Sin, I hate those guys that are playing slot cornerback. It just
He's not playing slot.
That's what they have him on the depth chart. No,
the Rock is on the outside. Rock's a boundary quarter. Murphy might be in the slot. It's Rock and
our lads has him in nickel.
That's what I was referencing.
Yeah, but our lads.
Yeah,
hit or miss for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
It's he's definitely on the outside. I can't say that. I'm almost certain he's on the outside. It could be wrong. Tim, do you know? Do you want to chime in?
I thought Rock was a boundary corner myself. I believe I saw Our Lads had him originally as a slot corner, but when ESPN did their depth charts about 3 or 4 days ago, I saw him as a boundary, and I kind of felt like their stuff was a little more updated. I could be wrong.
Nice. Sounds cool.
I try to do a lot of stuff reading the local things, and The Athletic is really good in like the day or two before the NFL cut down, where they'll list their beat writers will list the projected 53 for that team, and they'll usually go, and oftentimes they'll mention the starters. And for me, those articles, for me, like after my disastrous order win draft a few years ago, I drafted the guy who got cut in the third round because I thought he was supposed to start. According to our lads, I went for the
linebacker.
Yeah, the guy from the Vikings. Yeah,
and then you also have the guy that retired the next day.
2 days later, well, that was nobody. So that had nothing to do with that. That was like horrible. That was like horrible luck. But no, there were no rumors. Oh, Stuart Craven's going to retire. So that was So Antoine Williams, the other guy. They got TJ Cash and Carry, an old Xavier Rhodes. They got Rocky Sin. Kenny Moore's a slot corner for them. I know all lads have him as a backer, but Rock will be on the outside over Xavier Rhodes and TJ Carry. I would be surprised. You never know what's going to happen, but I'd be surprised. The GM, I think, likes Rock a lot. I'm not huge on Rock, but I think he'll be a boundary guy, but I could be wrong. I traded Demarius Randall, Dennis. Nathan, I blew it again. I finally had escaped from poor defense. I was going to be average, and then I traded Demarius Randall. So now I'll be probably poor again. So, but it was a trade that would have difficulty getting through the Samifa TRC, I would say. So, well, Demarius was released.
Did you get a lot or did you get a little? You don't want to expose the trade? Why not?
I'm doing build-up, Dennis. Let me do some build-up here. I shopped him before he got released. I didn't know he was getting released. I was shopping. I was like, okay, and then he got released like the next day, or like within 24 hours or whatever. But I got Joe Sardo's 2 next year.
He's a grade 5, right?
He's a 54 free safety. Yes.
Well,
but he got released by the Raiders.
I hadn't heard he was getting released either. I think I might have.
We made the trade. We made the trade during the draft.
Good move.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. You guys apply and compete with you. In this league, at the double league, people regularly pay those prices. I mean,
sure.
Now safety is a lot deeper this year, so maybe, and especially when you look at like where Darnell Savage ended up going.
Yeah, what was that about? I was really surprised at that.
Maybe they were legitimately concerned about their run rating. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's not like that. He's not going to be. I don't think he's going to be an all-pro safety like Minka Fitzpatrick and Jamal Adams. But he seems to be a very good player, and like a rookie, an NFL first-round pick, rookie gets a 5 in pass coverage in the secondary, and he goes to the second round of this league. I was really surprised at that.
He sounds like a guy that's got potential to be a 6th safety, and there's just not many of those in the drafts.
Yeah, you would think his downside, and he's not going to be a 0 in the future. That was like a rookie thing or whatever. And the Packers' run defense was bad, but you think his downside is like 54. He seems like he should be like a solid 5 at a minimum.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's in the notebook, Nathan? What do your Darnell Savage notes say?
I want to see where I have him at. Where did he get drafted?
He's got to be in the top 30, 39. No? 39, you said?
29.
Oh, 29. Okay, he did go in the first round. Okay.
Yeah, I'd be pretty damn happy to get him at 29. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I was picking one pick later, and I was definitely looking at him and realizing, there's about 3 guys there. I was like, I'm going to get a really good player. I saw him. The guy I took, Hutchinson, and Eric McCoy was still sitting there. So
yeah, there you go. That's a nice trio of players, I would say. I like Hawkinson. I worry about him just because it's like Detroit. It's like like Detroit took a number 8 overall. It's like if he was if he was like on the Texans or something, or just like if he was on like most other NFL teams. It's Detroit, But I like. God damn, I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just gonna say, had he gone to like the Saints or something like that, I'd have probably rated him like 8th or 6th or 8th. But being on Detroit, I had him, more like in the 20 range. So.
Yeah, I think we're all like, we like him, but Detroit, because like Detroit, like a shaky rookie year, like a tight end number 8 overall, then you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
the concussion thing happen last year. That scared me, of course, and that knocked him down a little bit. But when I watched all the stuff on who's the best tight end, whatever it was, Iowa State, I forget now, with him and Fant, I've always liked Fant a little bit better. I think most of us do, but it didn't mean I didn't like Hodgson. I felt like he was still a first round talent, but I would have definitely taken Noah Fant. He just went 4 picks ahead of that at 26.
Yeah, I think that
somebody I knew was going to steal him if he was on the board. So
yeah, he wasn't there in the 3rd round though. Nathan.
Almost.
Yeah.
Shortly after.
And then the guy is it's Dave Malt, who's a great GM and drafter normally. And then he goes shit. Like he's supposed to be there in the middle of the 3rd round. You know what I'm saying? Ian Fant.
Yeah. I would have taken him with my 2nd round pick if I thought he was still there.
Yeah, I had 3 2nd round picks. He wasn't getting by any of them. I needed tight end. Max Williams can only do so much, Nathan.
It's one of the only leagues I have where I'm not real great at tight end. I have Ebron, but that's not exciting
anymore.
His future is not terrible. I try not to get down because I acquired Ebron from you and Samifa, but he's actually had a better career than a lot of guys that have been just as disappointing. It's hard to get over where he was picked and who he was picked ahead of.
Yeah, he's not bad, but for me, I've got Travis Kelce in 3 leagues. I've had Gronk in between 2 and 4 leagues. I've got George Kittle in a league. I liked a really good tight end. So
yeah,
Ebron's like a second, tight end for me for sure.
But with him, he has been so disappointing. Like if you watch his college highlights, if you go now Google Eric Ebron's college, he looks fantastic. He looks amazing. Like he's just going to tear up the NFL and be like this super athletic tight end who does everything. And you're waiting the first 3 years, and it's like, well, come on, man, what's going on? And it's like not only did he have problem with dropping the ball in Detroit, you just didn't see him dominating athletically. He looked so great in college. And then when you see a guy look like that in college, and then he gets drafted number 10, you're like, or 11, or whatever the hell he was drafted very highly at that position. You're like, oh, this guy's probably gonna be great, and it just didn't happen. So for me, the disappointment is a big part of it. He's been a decent Strat player, certainly, but he hasn't been what you hoped he would be. He hasn't been close to what Vernon Davis was. He had some years with the Niners with the big average. He hasn't been close. It hasn't been close to a George Kittle or a Gronk or things like that. And that's what it looked like he was going to be. I was huge on him when he came out that year, Tim. When he came in the draft, I was really big on Eric Ebron.
Yep, I was looking at wanting to draft him, and of course he was sliding in the draft. I just didn't have picks in the right spot. But it's funny, he looked really great 2 years ago playing with Andrew Luck. He showed all the stuff. He made the catches at the back of the end zone, the corner routes that you look at him as okay, this is a top level wide receiver, and once Luck went away, he didn't even look good last year. Wasn't all Jacoby Brissett's fault by any means. He just didn't look nearly as good. But going to Pittsburgh, hopefully something will change. But yeah, he's one of those guys that's definitely been a disappointment. I'll be honest, several tight ends I would have taken in the middle part of the first round haven't worked out. The guy at Tampa Bay, I forget his name right now.
O.J. Howard?
Yeah, I really liked him coming out of college too, and he hasn't looked so good. Ingram's actually looked pretty good for New York, but I was expecting he was going to be more like a little bit better than where he's at right now. So,
health, and the quarterback situation, I think, has been the problems for him. He's been fine, really. He's just banged up a lot, and then you had an old Eli Manning with no offensive line. And then, rookie Daniel Jones coming in. I think he was pretty young too. Yeah. So I think he's still got a lot of ability. He's really talented. He's tough to cover.
Their cards, and his card last year was awesome.
Yeah.
I like that card. I had like almost 1,200 receiving yards or something like that with him on my crappy Samita team.
And the Browns tied in a couple of years ago. Ngannou, I forget how to pronounce it.
David Njoku.
Yeah,
I liked him a lot. I was big on Njoku. No, I was big on him as the draft. He looked so athletic.
Yep, he's another guy I would have happily spent a 15th overall pick for, and I'm glad I didn't, now. But
he was going more like around 25 to 30, I think, which I think was more appropriate for him. So it's hard. I mean, I don't know. Guys got to be really, really good. A tight end's got to look really, really good to go like top 15. I don't know.
But those are guys that it's like I was talking to Nathan before you came on about. I don't mind overpaying a little bit to get one I really like. I think giving up a fourth to move up like 3 picks to make sure I got Vernon Davis a few years ago. He was a kind of off and on guy, but for the most part, you weren't disappointed that you had Vernon Davis. But there are definitely years where he's like the 15th or 20th best tight end, and I had to start him because I had a lot invested in him. But
he had some great early years with the Niners, didn't he?
Yeah, he maybe his 4th year or 5th, he finally had a breakout year.
4th year, his first 3 years, he was real slow.
Yeah.
His 4th year, it just blew up, and then from there, even if he didn't have great numbers, even some of his like low catch cards were really good cards. And that's they don't have to have great stats; they just have to have great cards,
Yeah, he was.
But he had a run of like 3 or 4 like real good cards with the Niners, didn't he? Before he started getting hurt.
Oh yeah.
Once Mike Singletary moved away, and they got an actual great coach in there who trusted in his players and wasn't looking to scapegoat his players publicly. He and Alex Smith both had really good run under Harbaugh, and that was one of the, as a matter of fact, that game where he really stood out against New Orleans, one of the best playoff games I've ever watched in my life. That San Fran New Orleans game where Sproles and Graham each had like 60-yard touchdowns in the 4th quarter. Davis
Alex Smith had the big end run quarterback.
Exactly. He had a left end run in that game that was for like 28-yard touchdown. So
yeah, like in the 4th quarter or in overtime or something I forget when it was late in the game. It was a big big play.
Both teams deserved to win that game. That was like say classic NFL playoff game.
Nathan, how much you want to bet Dennis is going to try to talk while oh, there he is. He did unmute it. I was going to say, you're making me feel like it's done. I'm sitting out there in the backyard.
I know. It's hot out here.
I've been.
Take a guess on the temperature.
112 degrees.
Not that hot. 100. It's supposed to be 107 later on, but it's 103 or 104.
I think it's like 75 over here.
Say hi. There's Ryder. What was your Dungeons & Dragons?
I know his name. Alton.
Alton.
Oh,
yeah, Alton. What's your Dungeons & Dragons name?
Khadgar
Bowman.
Pineros. Something like that. I look it up.
Yes.
I feel badly now. I'm dungeon mastering for Dennis and his kids. We've done, I think, 3 sessions so far. So I feel bad now. We do late Saturday afternoon. I see you sitting in the yard in the Dungeon Dragon spot, and the kids are there, and I'm not dungeon mastering. I feel badly for that. I don't have a session ready.
Yeah, it's all good.
So.
Well, I think you.
Okay.
Oh, hold on one second.
I played some Dungeons and Dragons, but it's been a long time ago. I played when I was like maybe 20, so quite a while ago. And we played with the little hex graph dungeons, and we didn't have any of the little figures and such, but it was actually fun. We did that quite a bit. Of course, that was in the day before the internet and cable TV, so played a lot of backgammon and. Anyway, Dungeons & Dragons is one of the board game types that we played quite a bit about that age.
Yeah, I played it when I was about 12, 13. I played it in middle school is when we played it. And, all you needed, even now, when you use a pen and paper and the dice. That's all you really need.
All those weird dice. Yeah.
And Nathan, your imagination.
Yeah.
Nathan, do you have an issue with your eyes? I've noticed your eyes were like twitching a lot today. Do you have a?
I worked yesterday. I had a rough shift, a long shift. Then I got up at 4 a.m. today and went and did a short shift. And now obviously I've been up since then, and I'm thinking whether I should work tonight or not.
Okay.
So I'm tired. My eyes are a little dried out.
So you're barely alive, basically.
Yeah. Feeling better now than I was at the beginning of the draft, though.
So what was your draft? Who'd you get?
Me?
Yes.
Noah Fant. That's all I got. And then I took Stidham fourth. And what did I take? I thought Sebastian Joseph Day. So
Okay.
I kind of thought that Stidham has been going later than I would have expected in both the drafts. And I was actually pretty happy to get him for a 4th round pick.
Yeah, I thought both Sebastian Day, for instance, I thought he, might go to a nose tackle hungry team as late as the 3rd round. So that was definitely a good value pick.
Yeah, I liked it. And it's not like he doesn't – like I liked him as a player, even if he's – when he was starting. I don't think that it's impossible that he, gets some more ratings in the future of some sort.
Yeah, he's got some ability, certainly. What I was going to say, you said something about. So you like Stidham long term as you think that he might be doing as future quarterback?
I do. I mean, if you know one thing about New England, they're not going to tell you the truth. So, and Cam Newton's always getting hurt. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get some time. I thought he was a decent prospect already. So, I mean, I guess if you think that Cam's going to be their quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years, it's a bad move, but I don't necessarily know.
It does seem weird to think that Cam would be the quarterback the next 4 or 5 years with the way he gets injured. And then, of course, he's on a 1-year contract right now. So even if he has a good year, well, then what happens? You know what I'm saying?
Well, the cap's going to be a pain in the butt next year,
yeah.
They're not going to go pay him. I don't think they're ever going to pay anyone at quarterback. Not really.
Unless they're really good. Yeah, I'm not a huge Stidham fan, but I can certainly see the logic. And it was like the 4th round, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
4-19 or something like that. 18.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good place to take a guy like that.
And I got Brady, so it's not like I'm.
He's pretty good.
And then RG3.
There you go. She's set. I've got a quarterback dilemma on my Samifa team. I've got RG3 and Matt Moore. I have to get rid of one of them, if not both. Matt Moore's got a great card. Someone needs an injury backup. Maybe Russell Wilson's going to get hurt in Strat. Maybe someone should trade for Matt Moore to make sure that they're good to go during that game. You know what, Kelly Stout coming out.
Do we have injuries in Ottawa?
Samifa.
I can't remember. I'm good. I got the mighty Sean Mannion.
Did we get rid of injuries yet? Samifa, we still have them?
No, we still have them.
That's
people that never won it.
Was that the one that was like a lopsided vote?
Yeah.
One of them was like 18. That was the keep injuries.
Yeah.
It's good that it's good when that he lets you vote on most of these things, then shows the vote, because then you're like, all right, I'm wrong. Everyone likes injuries. I guess I'll just shut my mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just really exciting when you can use it.
Wrong, but you can shut your mouth at least.
That's right. Nathan, you forget. It's just really exciting. It enhances the fun when you got to bring in that defensive end 0-3.
You remember the broadcast? Right. I watched it when LaShawn McCoy was running against Paul when we were fighting for a playoff spot.
Everybody loves injuries until they get like 7 in one game, and you're like, "What the hell is going on here? This is a ridiculous system." And they forget about it. Yeah, and they forget about it and back to the same nonsense.
Tim is pro injury, so he sees he's outnumbered here. So I guess we're 3 of the 4.
Yeah.
Tim needs the other 19 guys who voted to be in the room. I guess we're 3 of the 4 voted to get rid of them. But yeah, I know Tim's pro injury. I don't mind them. It's funny how things change. Like I was like pro injury, pro penalty back in the day, and then it's like, no, this is much better. So I don't know. So,
Yeah, I like both the injuries and the penalties in the game.
But and the injury thing, like Christian McCaffrey missed 2 full games for me and Samifa. He played like 98% of the Panthers' plays. You know, it's like like in strat baseball, they have a thing where like if you have like 600 plate appearances or whatever, you can only injure for like the rest of the game. You know, but strat football doesn't have anything like that. And and McCaffrey didn't do good for me anyway, so screw him. But but it's like there's no realism to it. You know, guys who are like full-time players can get hurt regularly, and a guy like you might get lucky with one of these like 40 catch receivers who has a good card, who was injured, who missed half the NFL season, and he misses like 1 game for you. You know, I mean, it's and like for the rated players, we talked about some offensive lineman plays 9 games and he gets a 5.5. And like he get injured, and he can play the whole year for you. So anyway, whatever.
Well, how about any player who's got certain types of injuries? They're not going to play in a bunch of games, but any meaningful game or like playoff game, there's a big difference between. Like they say it all the time. If this was week 1 of the playoffs, he'd be in there.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So there is no.
So you're
like he's out.
Yeah. So when you're playing week 16. And you're 9-6,
yeah,
and your corner 5 goes out. There's a chance goes out for the second half only. There's a good chance he would have played in the NFL.
Well, then obviously there is no such thing on a strat team card as a quality backup. There's no such thing.
Yeah, that's
there
right.
Is no backup, tackle who's going to be of any quality at all. So
well, especially in the front 7. Like at least if you have the backup corner or safety 4, it's like okay, I can get by with this guy. But in the front 7, if you have a good starter, there's like you said, there's such a huge backup. Where the NFL, sometimes these guys have pretty good backups. Like you
how
said,
about the carries? How about there was such a big problem that someone could run out of carries if I was running dime. Why are we not concerned that an injury can literally annihilate an entire game's worth of carries? Joe Mixon was the only back on Cincinnati this year with any real carries. If that guy went down in the first quarter, he'd be running line bucks with his quarterback only. That's it. I'm just like, how is one super important but not the other? I don't get it.
Well, we're also playing 11 on 11 consistently. I mean, in the real NFL, defensive linemen, defensive ends, they rotate in constantly. So you're telling me that the guys that are rotating in have a 0? If I went into the NFL, I'd be a 0 too. Those guys are equal to me. That's ridiculous. That it should baseline be 4s.
Yeah.
Michael, I know you play basketball and you take care of yourself, but I'm not sure you make it through training camp. I'm just saying. It might be rough.
Just here to David. Don't
as a kick holder, I would.
Just keep your head on the swivel. That's all I got to say.
Hey, George Blanda played till when, right?
Yes, but he didn't start. He didn't start in his late 40s.
Part of it for me too is we've got a 24-team league using 32 teams worth of players, so we kind of take some of the concentration of talent away when we have injuries in it. So that's part of it for me too.
I don't know. I just I'm hoping that Fitzpatrick gets injured so Matt Moore can come in.
And that's the other weird thing. You got running backs and quarterbacks who you're like hoping your guy gets injured so that your guy could come in and totally screw the other team over. It's so weird with injuries. I'm in the huge minority, obviously, but I just don't understand why that's more fun in any way. Especially the way you build your team. Like, how many positions, like, how many guys do you, like, I know you look at almost everything, Tom. Like, when you're building the S28 team, you're looking at, like, short yardage backs, you're looking at full backs, you're looking at blocking tight ends, looking at receiving tight ends. Then you're on defense, you've got, you want your slot corner, you want your pass rusher, you might want a run stuffer, you've got all these different things. How do you even have room to have half of those guys with a backup?
69-man roster.
Well,
roster.
That's what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, you're slightly wrong there, Nathan, on the Strat-O-Matic because it becomes here. Because I'm just like, oh, I want to draft these prospects. This guy looks good for the future. And then it's like, I need a third receiver. I'm like, pipe down. You know.
No, I see you looking for short yardage, very specific blocking back there. You're looking for things that.
Dennis did that. Dennis did that.
You don't do that, Amifa? I know you do.
Oh, so Mifa, well, for the year or long for the future.
In the later rounds, when you're taking, whatever. Like I just drafted a fullback to have a fullback, who could actually block. Because
you can do something. Yeah.
Or zero.
If I have a good team and I'm putting in, and I think I do something, I certainly do all those things. Other times, really, the last 12 months, my interest has decreased, so I'm slacking. That's why I wasn't even really totally 100% ready for the draft today, Michael Reeves. Michael said, how about a draft room, Tom? I wasn't ready. I didn't finish sorting out through some of I didn't put the corners around in my spreadsheet. But, I know, absolutely. If you have a good team for the year, like you're saying, you want a short yardage fullback who can run a little bit, maybe catch a short pass, block, hopefully.
Even in this draft set, you could have good running backs. Like I have Mostert and I have Singletary, and I'm like, I got to get a back that can get a couple of yards, get right. So I had to draft Darius Geis in the whatever round that was.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, I heard.
he's only got a lot of talent and just wasted it with stupidity.
Yeah. Well, he'll be my
like a lot of these guys, they're just I guess they're not growing up in a family situation or whatever, where it's instilled in them. Look, listen, don't screw up this badly when you have like this amazing opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like it's easy to like sit here at 49 and be like, oh, how could they do that? But if you're 22 and you haven't learned the right lessons from your family or whatever, and suddenly you're like in the NFL and you've been a fed athlete since you were 15, and you got plenty of money to do whatever the hell you want. A lot of guys are going to do a lot of stupid things, unfortunately. Sometimes I'm surprised that more guys doing stupid things.
Some people just won't learn. I mean, even in guys, you think that when they're young, and then now here it is 15 years later, and you're like, dude,
Hey guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go for a quick walk. Keep going. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah. Well, Lawrence Taylor comes to mind, Nathan. He was always getting in trouble no matter how old he was. Like after he was retired, he was still getting in trouble for things. But then you have a guy like Pac-Man Jones. I mean, he was like the worst troublemaker in the world for like years. Yeah. And then like when he got to like 27, 28, he totally turned it around, and you never heard any problems from him the rest of his career. And he even became like a veteran leader on like some of those Bengals teams in like his early 30s. So good for him. Kudos when you see that type. Hopefully that can happen for a guy like Darius Geis, but I don't know. And like those, and like the DeAndre Baker thing, how does that happen? How are you robbing people? You're literally robbing people. You're an NFL first round pick. You have a contract. He's literally making, I'm sure, millions of dollars a year as a first round pick, even a late first round pick. How are you robbing people? That is crazy. I don't understand that at all.
The people that some of the young guys kind of, I guess, have in their inner circle are just so destructive. And these guys, just by hanging out with them, get into just can't win situations constantly. And, they've just got to have better judgment about the people they're hanging around. But, how do they get involved in something like that?
Yeah, and the problem is, like, you grow up with these guys from whatever how old, so they're still part of your circle. I mean, he might be the main guy who's the problem in the circle. I don't know, but yeah. So it's hard to like. I'm going to shed these guys who have been my lifelong friends now because I'm 21 and about to be an NFL player. So yeah, it's difficult, but you're going to end up in a bit. I mean, come on. I mean, what he did. I mean. And that is so crazy.
I've had to shed a lot of friends for a lot less money, to be honest with you, than what he did. So
yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, you end up like Allen Iverson. I mean, he was in court. He was like, I don't have money for a cheeseburger. I was like, this guy's making so much money. It's crazy, you know. But yeah, it's sad. So, so who'd you draft today, Tim?
Well, I had a easy to critique draft, I think, in many ways, starting with taking Quentin Williams at number 5 overall.
Okay.
Well, obviously needed receivers and a lot of other things. I feel like long term he's going to be a really good pick. It's just
I hope you're right.
Huh?
I said, I hope you're right. I mean, as a Jet fan.
Yeah.
You know, I it's interesting with him. I worry about. I was just reading that he just wasn't doing hardly anything in camp this year, and that's against like the Jets' offensive line, which is not a great line. It's okay. It might be okay now, but that concerned me because like I read in the offseason like I changed my diet completely and I'm in tremendous shape and I've really focused myself and I'm a great season and he slimmed down and this and that. And in camp, he wasn't doing much. So hopefully when the game starts, he'll do more. But that concerned me about him. I was trying to gauge him also because I'm drafting 17. And it's a weird draft for those guys like Quentin Williams and Jeffrey Simmons and Christian Wilkins and Ed Oliver, like all these like in the NFL interior defensive linemen who were like high picks in the NFL draft. And it's like, well, where are they going to play in Strat? How good are they? You know, are they bringing pass rush? It's hard to kind of gauge them. I like Quentin Williams college highlights a lot, and I'm hoping that'll be really good. I think there's cause for optimism. I was just concerned when I read they wasn't doing much preseason, but we'll see. I hope it works out. You know,
Dexter Lawrence is another in that group, but yeah, there's a lot of them that are really easy to like, and I'm looking at Stephon Tuitt as really my only good, reliable defensive lineman right now, and he's coming off a season-ending injury. So you've got to look at that. You know, and my next one is Daniel Onyemata, get set go. You know, he's kind of one of those guys that he's got a good backup. He could lose his job to the guy behind him pretty easily, a former first-round pick from New England. So Sheldon, not Sheldon, I forget his name.
Malcolm Brown.
That's it, Malcolm Brown. So, I'm looking at this would really be a good draft. I could wait at 30 and, see who's kind of slipped. But as sitting at 5, there's a lot of guys that would fit. But for a long-term guy that I feel like is going to get, 5s and 6s in autumn wind, that was the guy I decided to go ahead and go for. But he was not much ahead of Josh Allen. And, it was a tough choice between those two. But I would have taken both.
With Drew Lock on the board, did you get any trade offers to move up to number 5 or no?
No, I had one offer to move up, but it was to move quite a bit down, and I didn't want to move as far down as 14 or something like that, which is like a 3rd-round pick. So I passed that up.
Okay.
I would have liked to have traded down to 8 or 9 because he might have still been there, but there was also just a board full of guys I liked still on the board at 8 or 9. Josh Allen was still there.
Yeah. So you would have gotten number 14 and a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Since you like drafting quarterbacks, did you consider drafting Drew Lock? Well, it's harder in AW just to get what you want for a quarterback because they can't pick up any future ones as part of it, but.
There's not enough appreciation possibility drafting at 5. I mean, if it was like, 4th round and, somebody I liked was on the board, yeah, maybe I'd take a flyer and hope he developed and could trade him or something, but not at 5. I wasn't really looking at that. And, I liked because I needed like a running back. I was looking at the 2 big running backs. Jacobs was gone, but Sanders was still there. But I went ahead and, like say, made my move to get the defensive lineman I really liked. And then when I came up again at 30, Hawkinson was there, and 57, when we came up again, that's when we took Alexander Madison, who I like, and I would have been mid-second even,
Yeah, I like Madison.
And then at 60, we took Dawson Knox, who's the guy, honestly, I would have taken a lot higher as well. And looking
He's
at,
pretty solid.
you know, I wanted to run a 2 tight end offense, so a chance to get really my second tight end, hopefully for the future, right there. I was just like, there's a lot of-
Really, you want to run a 2 tonight? You want to play a blocking back 0-3 who can't catch?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the chance to, you know, I needed a receiver, and there's still receivers on the board here. I like, just like, you know, I like Debo Samuel when I ended up taking Hawkinson at 30. But as much as there's still receivers I liked on the board, I was just like, I like Knox better. And there's
I would have gone for. I would have gone for. I'm not huge on Samuel as a receiver overall. He's banged up. He looks pretty good, but I don't know.
The same thing earlier. That Dennis was talking about what you liked him. I might be.
Oh yeah.
But someone else isn't like as big of a fan as everyone else seems to be.
I mean, sometimes there's guys who are like maybe better NFL players and strap players.
Yeah.
You know, he's got the jet sweeps and all that type of stuff. And I think I have. Sometimes I have more difficulty assessing these receivers who are kind of like. It's like we know I like the tall receivers, right? You know, and then you got like the shorter, faster guys, and then you got like the guys like Debo doesn't have like a typical receiver build. He's like in between. It's like he's not 5'10" and super fast. He's not 6'3" and like long arm. He's like 6 foot and really solid. And it's like, okay, sometimes I feel like I have a harder time assessing those guys because they don't fit into like an easy category. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be honest with you. I get scared of guys that look like they're going to get a lot of screens and like look in type passes. I don't want a guy that, you know, they see as like a, let's just get the ball to him and see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, where you
Kill his average.
to kill your receiving average.
Yeah, it kills your average, yeah. What happened to Tyreek Hill's average this year? I didn't realize until I opened up the strat file. I was like 14.8. So what happened?
Last year, didn't.
Yeah, I should have got rid of that guy. He's no good.
Well, I offered quite a bit.
I'm teasing. I like Tyreek. Yeah, but what if Mayfield a good year next year, Nathan?
What's that?
So what if Mayfield has a good year next year? So
Well,
I still only have 2 running backs in this team.
You'd have all those draft picks, so you could probably get yourself 3 more receivers by this point in time.
I'll have 7 good receivers on that team next year. and I'll go 7-9 or 6-10. So no, I think I've said it before. So I think this team is building up pretty decently now with the talent. Just need Mayfield to have a decent year. So, you know, I think I have 4 second round picks now. I got 4 2s, 2 3s, 2 5s. Only 1 first rounder though. God damn it. Stupid league. And with those extra first round picks. That's how they're keeping me down, Nathan. They won't let me trade for future ones.
So what all did you get in the draft, Tom?
Let's see. I got Devin White at number 17. I like him a lot, actually. I think with Nathan. I like Devin White a lot. I got him at 17. I traded up from 41 to 35. I had to give up an awful lot, Nathan said. To get Eric McCoy. Which made it easier to trade Travis Frederick. Because my team isn't good, but I was like average. Like I've got good receivers. The coaching not great. Maybe I could like kind of do like a cute 8 and 8 or something like that. Although my division I think is pretty brutal actually.
The thing about that trade is where you traded up, I felt like there was definitely a drop off in the near future in quality.
Well, McCoy seems so solid. You know,
he was like the most clear quality piece that was left, and then there was a couple of guys that you could say, yeah, I like them too. And then I think Dennis was lucky. I think the only one he liked still was Raheem Mostert that he lasted. Otherwise, he'd been sitting here, and it doesn't sound like he would have been too happy if Mostert had gone, because right after McCoy, he wanted Debo, and I think he wanted Burns also.
Yeah, I was going to say Burns is one of the guys that I had on my short list when he took McCoy there too.
Yeah, Burns was in strong consideration for me there. I thought of the defense thing, but I've got Dante Fowler and Derek Burnett. Dante should be defensive end for Atlanta this year. Maybe you can get a 4 with some pass rush, and Burns is a kind of that type of player also. I like Burns, but let me go for the lineman. I like the linemen when they seem pretty safe. So, and like even if he plays guard or whatever. I could use either one, a center or guard. So I figured, what the hell. Then I had 3 second-round picks. I got Christian Wilkins. I'll tell you this, Nathan and Tim. I'm really not a fan of this draft class in terms of like the quality. Like once you get into like the middle of the first round, like around like 18 to 20 or somewhere in there, you know, I just feel like it gets very shaky very quickly compared to most drafts. Not that these guys are good, not that these guys won't be good. I feel like most years I feel much more excited with what I'm getting in the second round than I did this year. Than what the options were. You know what I'm saying?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I felt
Okay.
Wilkins was a real good value where you got him.
Yeah, for what it win is, I think for what it win, these guys who can give you a 5 and don't rush the quarterback are more valuable because it's double counting and no dump off. So, and I had a big hole at defensive tackle, Nathan, because I had just traded John Jenkins.
Yeah.
So
I
I
might
had
have
to
thought
fill
you
the
would
hole.
have taken Jawan Taylor there, though. That's who I was kind of looking at you taking, and I was surprised when you passed on him, actually.
Yeah, I like Juwan Taylor a lot, but I've got Jack Conklin in this league. I got Jack Conklin and Colton Miller, and there was tackle depth there. I ended up getting Andre Dillard in the 4th round, even though he's out for this year. So, and again, double counting league. I'm like, I got to go defense over offensive line if I think the defensive guy is pretty good and fits a need and can help with the double counting and that type of stuff.
If you're going to take team quality into account, like with like a receiver or a quarterback, you have to take it into account with a lineman. I mean, that might be the most effective position of all.
That's true.
And doesn't look real hot right now.
Yeah, their line doesn't look too bad though. So like the line, like you have a bad team, like your line is decent, your line can still be okay.
Blocking. I mean, you're not going to expect getting 7s out of the tackles if they're getting their ass kicked.
Well, yeah. Plus, he's a right tackle anyway. So, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. But who's their left tackle? I forget now. That's a line with. They got Brandon Linder at center. They got I think Can is still one of the guards. Norwell's at the other guard. Taylor's the right tackle. Is Cam Robinson still the left tackle over there?
I don't know.
He's got some ability to pass block. He's not awful. So I think the line's kind of okay, but I know what you're saying. But then I got late second round. I took Rashawn Gary, who I know is not starting behind the other 2 guys. I know it's double counting, but I like him as a pass rusher. I know he didn't do much, but I liked him a lot more after I watched his NFL tape and some stuff I read this offseason than I did before I started doing any research. Then I had no 3rd round pick. It's a disaster. I don't know what happened. I traded up from the 3rd to the 2nd last year and I traded me with Gary Nagata Believe. I was making some other trade and I made him give me a 2 for a 3 as a move up, But I knew his 2 would be late and my 3 would be early, so that's why I had the 3rd 2 and no 3. Then mid 4th round, I got Andre Dillard, who everyone was raving with him as a great pass blocking tackle. He was supposed to be the guy the Texans got last year in the late 1st round. And Philly said, yeah, everyone knows you want a good pass blocking tackle, so we'll trade 1 spot in front of you. And we'll take while you sit there waiting miserably, Bill O'Brien. And we'll take the guy, Andre Dillard. Then the Texans took Titus Howard, who's a right tackle. But Dillard didn't play last year behind Jason Peters, and he got the injury this year, and he's a little older. But I'm like, hey, mid 4th round, it's a good spot for these things, And then late 4th round, I took that was where I traded Travis Frederick for a 4 and a 9. He's retired, unfortunately. And I picked up Mac Wilson for Cleveland, who was supposed to be out for the year. Smaller, faster linebacker, but now he's only missing 4 to 6 weeks. So let's see what happens. The overall was Devin White, Eric McCoy, Christian Wilkins, Rashawn Gary, Andre Dillard, and Mac Wilson. Pretty good about that, especially where my team is already. I need more strength on more strength on defense. Our safety position long term is now the weak link. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, had the draft fell differently, I would have drafted a couple of defensive backs at both corner and safety. It just the way it fell. I was also looking at a lot of receivers that by the time my draft pick came up, I was like, I really would rather spend it on tight end in this draft. I was real happy with the tight end haul, but I missed out on a lot of players I liked as well.
Yeah, you can't get everybody unless you have a ton of picks, right?
Yeah.
It's funny because, the receivers, like, I like him a lot, actually, but yet, even though I like him a lot, I'm still surprised at how high McCole Hardman is going in all these leagues. He's going like pick like 27 to 31, like in like every league. And I thought that with the other players that
Hang on over here, Coachy.
on Kansas City,
Hang out over here.
that maybe he would be like a guy that'd be like a Samit for third round pick or whatever,
Fine.
but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at how high he went as well at 22. I thought he'd be one of the guys I would be making choices around those gap for. So, and I wouldn't have taken Deontay Harris, if I had drafted Hardman. But I do like Harris. It's not just for the 1 year thing. He's one of those guys that he had such an impressive, even though he's kind of a small college situation, such an impressive return career. And Sean Payton, somebody I trust a lot, just raves about him. That I didn't feel too bad taking him early third.
Okay. The Hardman went late first round in Strat 28 also, Tim. That's what I'm saying. Multiple leagues that he's going there, which was surprising, And then so I'm not as pumped up as this receiver class, I think, as some other guys are. Obviously Metcalf I love, and AJ Brown's real good. I actually still have some questions about him, believe it or not, but probably not. He looks real good. Again, his body type is like almost in between the two traditional body types, so it's hard for you to pigeonhole them, I think. But like some of the other guys that some of the guys that guys are big on, or like they look at and say, "Oh, this receiver class is really deep." I'm not really feeling it with some of those other guys, Nathan, what do you think? Nathan, are you buying into the depth, the idea that that there's real good depth of quality in this receiver class, or you're like, I don't know.
It's weird. It's like they're all clustered in a small area, and it's nice, like guys that are there. But then you're not really. I'm not that excited after a certain cutoff. I see some cards that are usable, but I see lots of cards that are usable that go even after where we're at now. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I made that trade for Valdez-Scantling because I was like, well, I don't know. I might end up with a receiver just if they happen to be the best guy, but I was worried that I wouldn't necessarily target a receiver anywhere else.
You didn't give up a ton for him anyway.
No, I was like feature 4 and the 180th pick plus Vernon Davis.
Yeah, and he's got some youth him and a lot of talent. I liked him a lot when he was in the draft last time.
We talked about it earlier. Worst case, his card has got the kind of yards I like, and the kind of offense I plan on running. I think he'll be very useful. So,
yeah, I think you can always tell which tab reviews are mine. By the way, Nathan.
Probably.
Yes.
I've learned. I just hit. I would like to proceed with this trade. The variety of responses I get, where it's like, "This is the stupidest trade," like not exactly those words, but and then someone else comes back and says that you've got the advantage. I'm like, well, it's interesting that you see all the different opinions for sure, but
sure,
it's pretty tough to change my mind if I've made a trade, unless if I happen to hear some information that I totally did not know about. Like maybe I trade for a guy that is going to get cut or something. That would be, a big deal.
Absolutely. We were talking about McCole Hardman going. I like McCole Hardman, but Dennis. But I was feeling before. I was feeling like he's going to be a guy that is going like late second round or like first half of the third round of Samifa, and he's gone top 30 now in the first 2 drafts that I followed. I don't know where he went in SFFDL, but I was just surprised. I know he was a second round pick, but I was just surprised because they got so many weapons over there, and Tyreek Hill is like the man. They got Travis Kelce. I would have thought that guys aren't looking at him because receivers usually slip. I thought the guys weren't looking at him as like usually a guy's like a number one receiver, like a really good looking number two receiver, like when they go up there. Like when Calvin Ridley, when Tim took Calvin Ridley in the second round, and Sonifa, it's like, well, he had a good rep, and he was an NFL first round pick, and he's at least their clear number two. So I don't know. It was like I could see that, and even then, Calvin Ridley was going later than McCole Hardman is going. So it's like, I'm not saying I actually like McCole Hardman a lot, but I was just surprised that other people shared that opinion that he's going as high as he is.
Well, it kind of reminds of the Jarvis Landry thing, where you get a guy that goes higher just because he can do all those other things, one Swiss Army knife player. But yeah, I agree with that. I thought he would go a little lower, but the speed makes a big difference. If he displaces Watkins as the second receiver, who knows what kind of stats he can put up.
No, I like Hardman a lot. I feel like traditionally that type of guy in that situation might not go quite as high. I don't know. I'm not saying he's not going to do well. I'm just surprised. It's like normal distract community doesn't draft that guy like that quite as high as they are this year. I feel like
Yeah, I agree.
And Mets did a touchdown on kick returns.
Well, what you wouldn't expect is DK Metcalf at 15 and Paul Hardman at 22. That's
there you go.
Definitely not. Yeah, that's
range.
You talk about 7 spots. Oh, I can tell you this. Look, we all love him. He's Superman. He's amazing. DK Metcalf. I'm so glad he did not slip to 17. I already can't get rid of Cooper Kupp. What I'm supposed to pass? I'm supposed to pass on DK Metcalf? Really?
Tom,
You know what I'm saying?
it's hard to trade receivers unless they're super explosive or super dominant. And Cooper Kupp isn't dominant enough for people to say, I'm gonna pay to get him when they can get, there's quite a few other options that are similar enough.
Will they can get Deontay Johnson?
Well,
that's why I shop you.
I can. You've talked about his card, and he's not getting the long card numbers you'd like, and he had a pretty good season. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have very usable cards that are going to cost not very much at all.
I hear you. No, I'm not complaining about his value. I'm just saying. When it came to DK Metcalf, I was like, my God. I was 2 picks away from him. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I would have had no choice. I would have had to take the guy. I would have had no choice. But it's like literally the very last.
That's how I feel all the time with receivers and tight ends. All the time I feel that way. But you have to know that if you take them, you're never going to trade them for what they're worth. So you're probably never going to trade them at all.
Yeah. But Metcalf you take anyway because he's so good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If he would have somehow been there at 17, I would have tried to trade up with you instead of trading back with you in the second round.
Good luck. What would you have offered me?
My third
round pick and
third. I was gonna offer 310 or whatever it was. My high third round pick and 127 for.
And then Metcalf would have got there. I just would have taken him. I didn't want him. I was hoping he was going to go. When he was slipping to me, I was like, "Oh, come on! I'm supposed to be taking other things. I do not need a receiver. I know he's awesome. I have no. If you guys would have taken him and said that, no, period. Especially on this team right now, because this team right now, they've developed enough overall players. Now I got to make sure we're getting the quality. You know what I'm saying? I'm not as I don't always accumulate picks. It gets to a point where you have enough, and you got to make sure you're in the quality.
Actually, that's kind of what the spot that I was in at 10, because I was seriously thinking, like I said, it was Metcalf, it was Miles, and it was Josh Allen at that point. But what Nathan said is true, that you just can't get value for your wide receivers. And right now I have Ridley, and I've also got Perriman, who had a nice second half last year. And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to roll the dice with this guy, because I knew that if I would have picked Metcalf there, it's like I'm not going to be able to get anything for Perriman, especially now that he can't even get on the field in New York. So it's like I'm just going to take who I think is going to be the longer-term pick with Allen and just keep my fingers crossed that Perriman's going to be able to play, because I just didn't think I could do it.
Well, there's certainly nothing wrong with drafting Josh Allen. That's a different story. I mean, he's a great player also. So like you talk about those two players. I will pull my Miles Sanders opinion, but I think everyone is huge on Metcalf and Josh Allen pretty much. I haven't heard anybody be like, gee, I don't know about that Josh Allen guy. He just doesn't.
Well,
He doesn't seem to have it.
something you said before, Tom, is that I've been playing this game for several years, but I'm still learning, and I'm not entirely comfortable with blitz concept. So to me, if you've got Bosa on one end and Allen on the other, that makes it awfully forgiving, and you can play a little bit more of a stationary defense that way.
Well, stationary defense works in order to win because it's double counting, and I know you're a big fan of stationary defense. But Josh Allen's a great player, and also like the pass rushing. In order to win, like anything you do good can be like multiplied so much because you play so many shitty teams. So it's like it's like if you have like those two good defensive ends, the pass rush, they're going to get more sacks during the regular season because you're not every team has got a 5 and a 7 at offensive tackle. You're not running it's a team with multiple 7s usually, except for those like 3 or 4 guys who are really sold out for the year. So Josh Allen. I mean, Nathan, you're big on Josh Allen, right?
I don't know. I'm not as big as a lot of other people, but I'm not. I certainly don't have a problem with it. He's a guy I feel like I probably won't end up drafting because I feel like other people value him more than I do.
You said you would say the last part.
I would be happy to have him, but I don't feel like I'll end up with him in any league because I do feel like people are valuing it more than I do.
I got you. Yeah, no, I've been like that with players. But no, I like Josh Allen a lot. I think he's real good. And if you can choose defense versus offense in this league, I mean, all things being equal, I wouldn't take a marginal, or I wouldn't take a less studly defensive player over DK Metcalf. Well, if I got a guy who looks great at defense and a guy who looks great at offense, then the defensive guy should get the nod.
That's kind of what I was thinking, Tom.
Yeah. And Michael, you got a very good team this year, right, Michael?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, when you got Mahomes, you got a pretty good team. But I worked on my defense this year. I've got a good run defense and a good pass defense, and now I've got 2 good asterisk pass rushers, so that's a +2. Running backs, not good. Peterson and Williams.
I think Allen's a 0-11, I think. Hold on. Adrian Peterson's your starting running back?
Yeah, Peterson and Damian Williams.
He has a good card. What's wrong with his card?
He does. No, I'm not. But it's not one of those. It's not one of those. Oh gosh, we got to watch out for Adrian Peterson. I mean, the defense is good against pass, pretty much exclusively.
Thing where he says the team's not that good, and you've got Mahomes, and one of the best cards running back in the set.
And good on defense.
I don't know.
I am not telling.
Huh?
We all put our pants on the same way. There is no doubt that Mahomes and Wilson are 2 of the best cards in the set, as well as Dak Prescott. So I think and Tom's team's built up his quality over the years too. I think you'll see some playoff teams on this broadcast right here.
Can I interrupt again? Nathan, how did Russell Wilson's name get mentioned in the conversation? They're talking about Patrick Mahomes. They're talking about Patrick Mahomes and Michael's team, but all of a sudden Russell Wilson comes into the conversation. Never lost opportunity.
I have a question for you, Tom. So you're talking about Metcalf, how you're feeling you're going to be forced to take him at 17. What if at 16 he had taken the person had taken Devin White? Would you have taken Terry McLaurin at 17 and felt forced into it?
No, I was not taking Terry McLaurin at 17 under any circumstances.
Yeah.
He was not. I didn't do a big board for this particular draft. I don't always do a big board, but I'm pretty sure from what I see that he's not in my top 17. He might not be in my top 24. I'm not certain, but he's not in my top 17. Certainly, not that I hate the guy. Again, you see something like that, it's like, oh, Tom hates McLaurin. Like something like I put a guy like 29th on my board. I'm like, I think he's one of the 30 best players. I mean, that's still pretty good. But
Think about if
having like eight.
think about if you're sitting at 17 or at 16 and you're just like, oh my God, DK Metcalf is falling. I mean, picks 13 and 14 would be beautiful spots to move up. Probably.
Yeah,
I don't think they probably would have felt fairly confident that they might have still been there in a couple picks.
Yeah, if I had been a little more ready for this first round and I needed a receiver, I would have probably looked to trade up to get him. You know.
Yeah.
And again, and there's some things that are just exciting. Like I know the receivers don't have the value, Nathan, right? But he's like we know he's special. So it's like if you need a receiver and he's there, and it's like and like you've gotten past like the Nick Bosa types of guys, and the quarterbacks and stuff. It's like even in double counting league, like if you're sitting there at 10 or later, and you need a receiver and he's there, it's like, dude, I'm just going to take him and plug him in for the next 10 years. Well, I don't care. I mean, he's like a 15-21 win to happen.
I would have felt true heartbreak at 15 if I was going to take a receiver and I took McLaurin and Metcalf went right before it. That would have been hard.
I think there's a big difference between those two. Although, like Tom says, I would have taken McLaurin if he was there at 27. So he wouldn't have slipped too far.
27 is not 17 though. He asked me at 17.
No, but you said he wasn't among your top 24. But like you said, he's in your top 30. Maybe he's in your top 32. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's in my top 32. So.
Good to know.
But also this is a double counting league, and there's a lot of receivers coming into the NFL the next year or two. So it's I mean next year, how many guys? I mean, CeeDee Lamb looks great. They say in camp. Tim would know, right, Tim?
What was that?
I said CeeDee Lamb. So that's what happens when I monologue too much, Nathan. People forget. People tune out, so they zone out. I lull people into a sense of oblivion. I said CeeDee Lamb's looking really good in camp, right? What I understand.
Yeah. No, he is looking really good too, and so is Blake Jarwin, who I've kind of been high on for a couple of years. I drafted him some Mifa round 4, I think. I like Blake Jarwin. I actually tried to trade for him this offseason, and he had already been dealt. But yeah, I like Blake Jarwin too. But yeah, Lamb looks really good, and there's about 4 receivers I think that'll probably, we expect to be first round talents as long as they don't, bomb their rookie year.
Yeah, I've even heard good things like the guy that people were saying he could be a bust, a boom or bust, was Henry Ruggs, and I've heard really good things about him actually in camp too. So, I mean, if he hits, and Judy looks pretty solid. I mean, you're already looking at wow, this receiver class, and then like the second round was loaded with guys who was supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah,
of course the Jet guy's hurt.
Looks like a much, much better cornerback class next year. Some possibly elite corners coming in.
Yeah. Well, they're always drafting corners more highly than I think the talent a lot of times because they're so desperate for good corners. But I know C.J. Henderson's supposed to be really good, and I've read some pretty decent things about A.J. Terrell down in Atlanta. And I forget who else was
the guy with the weird name that was. I mean, they're like comparing him to some of the all-time better ones. The
Detroit guy.
Yeah,
I forgot. Yeah. We forgot about him. We forgot he went top 5. Jeff Fukuda, I think his name.
Yeah,
is.
and he
mentioned him. Yeah. Maybe I need to tank, Nathan. Good thing I traded Demarius Randall.
That just shows you're tanking right now.
Yeah, you should. Tom, who else are you shopping? Because
you're tanking.
You got two or three possible buyers here. Who else are you shopping?
I don't have any useless. I don't have any more decrepit players to trade away. I don't have any more players on the precipice of immediate decline. So I have done well trading with Dennis and AW, giving him almost some of my veterans. Would you agree, Dennis?
We had Mike Daniels for a second.
No, you gave me no. It was late 1.
Brandon Graham.
It was Mike Daniels and a little something else for you, late 1, like number 30.
And
then it was late 2 for Cedric Thornton.
Crazy.
I traded with Island at one point. I remember that.
Yeah. So, say what, Nathan?
I traded in Vince Wilfork at one point.
There you go. So yeah, so we win the trades with the. I'm winning the trades with Dennis. He tells me I'm doing great in the draft, and I've yet to make the playoffs, and he's winning the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah,
So I don't know, Dennis. There's nothing wrong with the equation in there.
I'm gonna start a coaching academy. I'll sign you up, Tom. Tell you how to blow games in the playoffs. My
Well,
style, anyway.
I already know how to blow games in the playoffs.
Well, guys, I'm not sure how much longer you wanted to go, but my battery is dying, so I'm not sure if it'll keep going once I get kicked out of here.
Is this thing being recorded?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
You're in trouble.
I was saying things that should not be said. Oh no, okay.
Well, I don't have to publish it.
He's looking for a third next year, not to publish. So.
That's right.
Yeah, that'll work.
At least I didn't mention anything about Julio. Oh, I can't even say certain things publicly right now.
Yeah, everybody raise their hands who's going to go through this entire 6-hour broadcast.
Nathan's already here. And Zeb, Nathan and Zeb are the two guys. They'll watch and listen the entire time because Nathan's driving. So it's either that or.
I heard something earlier. Michael was talking about Patrick Mahomes and not, possibly being a playoff team. I don't think you get to live with that anymore. If you've got Mahomes, people expect you're going to be in the playoffs. But expectations went up.
Michael's got a very good team. He's underselling it because he's not used to having a very good team in a league like Autumn Wind.
Sandbags like this.
And Michael, if people just pass all day, Adrian Peterson's card is quite effective. We traded for him in Strat-O-Matic just for that reason.
Yeah, I'm just playing. Last year, the team went 7-9 and had a poor pass defense. This year, both defenses have been upgraded. So, I expect good things. We'll see.
The team should win double-digit games. I would say, just from what you said. You get Mahomes. Who's in your division, Michael?
Oh, good question.
That's a good question. I've got Mark and Claude in my division. Nothing worse than not having that great a team and you got to play those guys. They're happy to beat you badly. Oh, I think I upset Claude. With a lousy team a couple years ago, and I think I played like a field goal game with Mark. Claude wasn't happy. Good.
All right. The Los Angeles Rams division mates are the Green Bay Packers, St. Louis Rams, Grand Rapids Rampage, and the Carolina Panthers.
It could be a tough division. Green Bay's got a pretty good team because I think he basically took over Lawrence. I think Lawrence had built a really good team and left the league, and there was like a one-team expansion draft or something like that. And like Larry just came in and ended with a really good team right off the bat. And then Dave Malt always has a good team, and Gary's usually competitive. So it could be a tough division. I don't think Gary's really good right now. I think Gary might have Big Ben, so Gary might be on the skids this year.
Yeah, he's trying to. He was a seller. I noticed he made a couple trades to sell some veterans off, I think. So
there you go. So you're going to worry. Carolina's rebuilding hard, so you got to deal with Dave Maltlicker and who's the other guy?
Commissioner, CEO.
Yeah, Packers.
Right? Oh, Larry Davis.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Larry Davis.
Dan Sewer, the Carolina coach.
Yeah. And Dennis, you said this is being recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Sounds good. My division, I got Shreveport, the Giants, Hamilton, and the Jets, Douglas Riley. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Where's London?
What an easy division you got.
I don't know about that. I haven't looked at their teams, but Rick is pretty good. Rick doesn't have a quarterback, right?
Rick doesn't have a quarterback. We all know Rick's a great coach, but he doesn't have a quarterback. And then Joe is at best going to go 9-7 or something like that. And then I think Doug's team is kind of struggling. And who's the other guy?
Hamilton.
Oh, we said him already.
Giants, Shreveport, Hamilton, and the Jets.
Joe Golden is an expansion team.
Okay. But a pretty good expansion team, if I remember right.
Phoenix
for
team
for
or
for
Philly?
expansion, but those teams always have holes because they can't trade. Go ahead, Nathan. I'm
Right.
saying.
What team is Joe's team? Is he the Giants?
Yeah, he's the
Hamilton.
Giants.
Oh, Joe
Gordon.
Golden. Joe Sardo is Hamilton.
The expansion
Jody
team,
could trade.
right?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, he's got Sam Darnold, so that's not too promising.
Okay.
go.
Well then.
Tom should know about that.
So you,
I know all about that.
Tom has Butch along with Mark and Claude, and as well as one of the other expansion teams.
It's the Canadians. The Canadians are good. The Canadians are good this year.
Houston has Gene, Dale, Mike Ramos, and Sean. So New Orleans Saints,
You say
St. Louis
Yeah,
Cardinals.
I don't have
I think Gene's pretty good this year, probably, right?
Yeah, he's great. He's got a great team.
No, that's the Oilers. That's not. There's another Houston now.
No,
Oh,
I'm saying
no.
I'm Gene the Saints. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not the Voodoo. You're right. It's the new Ken Briere. So the guy who does all the graphics. Go look on the forum. He did some draft day graphics that were pretty cool. And
Yeah, he did. You know, if it wasn't such a pain in the ass for Larry to change everything, after I moved my team from Berlin to London, like I had second thoughts. I was like, you know what, maybe I'll stay in Berlin. He was like, listen, it was a pain in the ass to switch all these things. I was like, all right, never mind, I'll stay put, you know. But if it wasn't such a pain in the ass, I would love to become the Cleveland. If it wasn't such a pain in the ass, I would love to become the Cleveland Rams. Because we have so many Rams, either Cleveland Rams or I want to encourage someone else to become the Chicago Cardinals, because you can have like all the Rams and Cardinals. There's so many Rams. We already have the St. Louis Rams, the LA Rams, and is that it? The only two Rams? Yeah,
No,
but we got like,
No, that's it.
yeah,
Well,
but then the
St.
connections.
But there's two St. Louis
Right.
franchises too. That confuses everything.
there's two St. Louis's, and there's two Cardinals. I want to keep it going.
Two
I think
Dallas,
we need
two Houston.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh no, there's two Dallas teams and two Houston teams now.
Two Philadelphia
Mhm.
teams.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you probably have
two
more. Yeah,
Two New
Probably
Orleans.
more.
To Los
Yeah, we should
Angeles.
keep going. Yep. So I want the Cleveland Rams. I want the Chicago Cardinals. You know, what else can we get? We can get the. But see, it's better with the NFL, because what's good with the Rams and Cardinals, they still have the same names and like the St. Louis connection, so it really gets crazy. You know.
I don't think we have
Yeah.
enough Rough Rider teams. Let's just move somebody to Saskatchewan and Ottawa.
Well, you could add
That's
could add the Arizona Cardinals to go along with the Phoenix Cardinals and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yes. Yeah. We need the. I think we have Arizona Cardinals. I think we have
no,
Phoenix.
we have Phoenix Cardinals. Remember, in the NFL, that was the Phoenix Cardinals for a while. Then they switched to the Arizona Cardinals.
So we got the Phoenix Cardinals and the St. Louis Cardinals. So we need the Arizona Cardinals and the Chicago Cardinals.
Poor Cardinals.
And we got the St. Louis Rams and the St. Louis Rams along with the St. Louis Cardinals and the LA Rams. So you need the Cleveland Rams along with the Cleveland Browns.
Mhm.
Then you could have like the Vatican Cardinals.
And you got the LA Rams and now the LA Chargers. So we need the LA Raiders, and you can also still have the Oakland Raiders and the San Diego Raiders, the San Diego Chargers. And you can have, we should make an effort to get guys to do this. You could have.
Very constructive.
You could have you have the LA Rams, the Cleveland Rams, the LA Chargers, the San Diego Chargers, the LA Raiders, the Oakland Raiders. You got the Oakland Invaders, LA Express.
There you go.
I think some heads would explode.
On that note of silliness, I'm going to take off, and I think I'm going to shut the broadcast down. So,
I'm almost completely serious.
all right, guys. I'm
Dennis,
going to
thank
shut.
you for hosting this. Thank you very much for doing this.
That was fun.
Yes,
It
it was
was.
fun.
We
All right,
appreciate
guys.
it.
Take care. Good luck this year.
We'll see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
And if you guys can somehow get me not to mention the TRC during the SOMIFA, if someone get me not to mention the TRC, I can do a SOMIFA show next week. Because if it comes up with my trades, I might get thrown out of the league. So that's the main reason why I'm not doing the. I'm planning on not doing the SOMIFA shows, but we'll see.
We'll do a live broadcast for SOMIFA draft next week. So we'll see you guys. See if we can get Tom kicked off the league.
Well, yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a Sami for rookie, Sami draft show in which I'm kicked off, which I'm kicked out of the league during the show.
We could have it on a like slight delay and have somebody with like a 10-second pause button they can throw in whenever something comes up.
I think self-muzzling is the best.
Dennis can run it, and he can run the mute button, but he has to actually be there for the whole thing.
Yeah, Dennis steps away about 93% of the time. He steps away
I got a family. What can I say?
If you can give me the power to mute him, I might be able to do it, and I'd be more than happy to mute him.
Yes. But you only have a 25-minute show instead of 6.5 hours.
There'll be long breaks in between.
Yeah. All right, guys. See you next week.
Later.
And Nathan, I'm looking forward to giving you Miles Sanders' opinion. How about that?
I think you like him. I think I talked you into it.
You didn't talk me into anything, first of all.
That definitely
we were talking about his card. We're not talking about.
You're not getting him, so what does it matter?
I might have a deal in the works.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Overturned.
Yeah. The deal will get overturned. I mean, those are the only deals I make nowadays.
Give me a T. Give me an R. Give me a C.
Nathan, you know what happens. You know what happened to make me trade this way. Is about a year and a half ago, I was like, man, Dennis just makes all these great trades. I just got to get more aggressive in trading. I got to get aggressive like Dennis and try to make these deals. And then we see what happens. They won't trade. All my trades get overturned. You're a bad influence, Dennis. I used to not try to be so aggressive with most of my trades.
Well, I'm glad you finally.
I picked a good time to stop trading. That's all I got to say. I'm happy with where I'm at. Although I made a trade with 10, I moved up and got another first rounder.
I saw that. Yes, I think I know. Well, I think I won't say anything. But anyway.
I have a lot of players I like in that spot, so I'm good either way.
There you go. There's no tier, so you know what I'm winning, so I'm good to go.
All right, guys.
All right. Guys.
Good luck this year.
All right. Bye-bye. See you later, Dennis.
See ya.